Here somewhere.
I think I should be able to last.
Rex, can you ask if any of the commissioners online okay now? So, can anybody online, Commissioners Baker or Rojas, can you hear us?
I'm here. Paul Rojas.
I can hear you. It sounds shouting. It doesn't sound like the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm away from the mic, but hopefully someone will come to a mic and talk to you.
Okay, cool.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes. Anna, we can't see you when you're at the presenter's chair.
That's not good.
Just shift the camera slightly if you can. We can see part of you. There you go.
Lee, you with us today? There you are. I see your name now. Commissioner Hill? There you are. Okay,
I'm here.
very good. I think a couple more minutes here and we should be about ready. That too. You got the tablet if you need it.
We're on 3 of them, which unfortunately I felt, and a lot of these are peers of mine, but the businesses that were upset, they ended up signing an exclusive with one group, unfortunately. And of course, you are going to be upset if that doesn't win, but if you kind of diversified a little bit, and it wasn't about you being on a bid, it was about the best bid overall. So it was frustrating to see the way it played out and how quickly.
Tyler,
Yep.
we can hear you.
Good information for everyone who's concerned about the. No, thanks. I don't know how to mute this thing. It ended up I felt city staff did an incredible job. Aviation department did an incredible job, and to see how easily an article can be written saying, public.
Hey, Tyler, still gotcha.
It does not stay muted even after you mute it. Once you start speaking, it automatically comes back on. So
I totally don't mind people being aware of this.
I mean, it's an interesting topic, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it was the IO committee, all this information about the Vantage bid, and then the article in the Star omitted parts, misrepresented parts. I talked to them at length about different aspects of it. None of it was put out there, and so it was frustrating to see how easily things could be misconstrued or misrepresented or underrepresented. But ultimately, I think the vote of 10 to 2 to 1 showed support for the process and support for the staff and support for all the people who put tons and tons of work into it. So pretty exciting and crazy that now it's a year, 3 months or 4 months or 6 months from actually being open.
Yeah, so it'll be here before you know it.
Yeah.
March 2023.
What are you doing?
Yeah, so you have to get your space figured out.
Able to get
Yeah.
the Zoom working?
Yeah, we were asking, we were kind of jokingly but seriously wondering when we'd get a hard hat tour. It's still very much in the letting the dust settle and figure out next steps phase. What we really liked about our particular situation with Vantage is that instead of being constrained to one location, because we were actually on a few of them going to end up competing against news kiosks, we'll just facilitate local goods. So it won't actually be about one particular location. It'll be that if you're buying local coffee throughout the store, or whether it's honey, barbecue sauce, shirts, we'll facilitate getting those people in touch with the Marshall Vantage team. It's a little bit, what's nice is like one of the bids we were looking at, we would have had to come up with $800,000 to build out a store. We don't have that capital, and we haven't ever tried to finance something that big. And so with this one, will really just be a little bit more of,
Waiting for us.
technically it's a partnership. And so there's an equity component, but it'll be more of a facilitating as opposed to trying to staff something 365 days a year.
You ready, Kobe? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you guys to give me the thumbs up.
Oh, no, we're good.
Oh, I didn't know that. So you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's get the meeting started. We're already kind of a little bit late here. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to the October 19th, 2021 City Planning Commission meeting. We appreciate everybody attending the meeting with us today. We are doing our meeting as in a hybrid format. As you can tell, we're going to have some technical issues and probably some communication issues as we go back and forth. So I just ask for everybody's patience as we work through this, but I know for sure as we move forward in our meetings, we will become more efficient as we go. So again, I appreciate your patience with us. Just want to continue to remind everybody about the comprehensive plan titled the KC Spirit Playbook. Check out the website. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of committees meeting. There's public meetings happening. So there's a lot of stuff. And remember, this is a 20-year plan. It's not just a 5-year deal, but it's a 20-year plan and probably be in place for 25 to 30 is my guess. But anyways, you can check it out at playbook.kcmo.gov. The commissioners understand every project is important and unique. We also want to make sure we address them with all the attention that they need to build consensus between the applicant, the public, and city staff. The commissioners believe we can reach consensus, but yet be brief and also heard. So we have time limits in place for the cases that we hear. Just a reminder, 5 minutes for city staff presentations, 20 minutes for the applicant presentations, plus any questions by the commission. When we move to the public comment phase, please limit comments to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or 5 minutes when representing a community association or larger group. So as we get started, I know we're still virtual. There's probably some ground rules that we need to go through as part of being with that virtual component. So Joe, do you mind reminding us of those ground rules, please?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm going to describe the procedure for the hybrid meeting today. First, staff will give their staff report. Then the chair will turn it over to the applicant and their team associated with the case. And whether they're participating in person or virtually, it'll be their opportunity to present. If you're here in person and you are presenting any information, please come and sit at the chair on the left side of the desk in front of the commission. After the applicant provides their testimony, it will be time for public testimony. For those of you that are in attendance from the public, if you wish to speak, please come up to the microphone at the front of the room here, and you can stand there and speak. You will appear on the small camera. And so for those of you that are participating virtually, that camera is the one that's labeled council chamber presentation. So whether it's the applicant, staff, or a member of the public who's here in person speaking, you should be able to hear and see them on that screen. For those online, just know that there are 2 categories of participants, as there always have been. There are attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are commission members and staff. If you're an applicant or a citizen who's interested in participating virtually, when the case is called, if you're the applicant, please use the raised hand function and we will promote you over to a panelist position. And once staff begins their presentation, if you're a citizen, just raise your hand at that point and we'll promote you over to give your testimony when the public hearing is called. When we promote you, it'll appear briefly for some of you as though you're being disconnected from the meeting. That will not happen. You will actually just be rejoining us as a panelist, so don't panic over that. You will reconnect. Once you're joining us as a panelist, you will have the ability to share your video and audio. So if you're not intending to speak or share audio, please make sure you're muted. Once you are intending to speak, please unmute yourself. If you are participating virtually and you're calling in from a phone number, for example, please try to change your screen name to your first and last name so that we're able to refer to you by your name. Let's see here. And one last reminder, Mr. Chair, is that anyone participating virtually may use the chat box for technological or agenda related questions, but should not provide any discussion on the merits of a project before the commission.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Just one more thought as we get started too. When we're hearing cases and calling upon folks, we'll probably do everybody in person first, and then I'll go to those that are virtual second. So just to let you know that as well. All right, with that, let's go ahead and begin today's meeting with the consent agenda items. If you don't mind, Joe, let's start with the items that are to be continued to a future date.
The continuances on the consent docket begin with docket item C1, case number CPC 2021-00050. This is a request to approve a project plan located on the west side of Green Hills Road between Missouri Highway 152 and Northwest Berry Road on the south for Camp Bow Wow. Staff and the applicant are requesting continuance to the November 16th meeting without fee. Next continuance is docket item number C4, case number final plat 2021-00040. This is a request to approve a final plat on about half an acre located at 4937 North Denver, creating 2 lots. Staff and the applicant are requesting continuance to November 2nd without fee. Next one is docket item C5, case number final plat 2021-00031. This is a request to approve a final plat on about 27 acres in District MPD, located at the northeast corner of Missouri Highway 152 and Highway 169 to create 3 residential lots and 2 tracts. The applicant is requesting continuance without fee to November 2nd. The next one is docket item C6, case number final plat 2021-00039. This is a request to approve a final plat on about 19 acres to create 47 residential lots in the Riverstone 5th plat, the reserve at Riverstone 5th plat, which is located on the east side of North Amity between Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road to the north and Missouri Highway 152 on the south. Staff and the applicant requesting continuance to without fee to November 2nd. And the last one is docket item C7, case number final plat 2021-00043. This is a request to approve a final plat on 9 acres located at the northwest corner of Berry Road and North Indiana Avenue to create 3 commercial lots and 1 tract. The applicant is requesting continuance of this case to November 2nd without fee.
And your docket items C1, C4, C5, C6, and C7. Are there any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of these cases? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. Is there anybody out there that would like to, from the public, that would like to speak about the continuance of those consent agenda items? If so, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell.
Chair Crowell.
Go ahead, Kukithia.
Chair Crowell, I move that docket items C4, C5, C6, and C7 be continued without fee to November 2nd, and docket item C1 continue without fee to November 16th.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, if you're available, can you take roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender? Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell? Enders? Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski.
Aye.
Like the motion passes for the continuance of those docket items. So let's go ahead and open up the other consent agenda items that we're going to hear today.
All right, the first item is docket item C2, case number CPC 2021-00140. This is a request to approve a project plan in District M1-5/US underground space to allow for an automotive-related industrial storage facility on about 42 acres located at the northeast corner of North Arlington and Northeast Parvin Road. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. The next one is docket item C3, case number CPC 2021-00158. Request to approve a project plan for Sarah's Meadow First Plat, which is located on the west side of Northeastern Avenue between Northeast 108th Street on the north and Shoal Creek Parkway on the south. Staff is recommending approval without conditions. And that concludes the consent docket.
Okay, any questions from the commission regarding docket items C2 or C3 for city staff? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Jim Bowers. I'm an attorney with the firm of White Goss, located at 4510 Bellevue, Kansas City, Missouri. Here today on behalf of the applicant for case C2, which is a consent item on your docket. First, I want to thank you for having the hybrid meeting to allow those of us who want to participate in person to be here. It's very important, I think, that we have that opportunity. There are times when it's appropriate to participate remotely, and we'll continue to do that, but in certain cases, it's important to be here. In this case, there were conditions on the staff report we received Friday that needed to be modified. We advised staff yesterday what those modifications should be. I received an email just this morning from Mr. Olafu Agabaji to agree that the revisions that we proposed are acceptable to staff. And so on that basis, we would ask that you continue with the consent item as shown on your docket. Thank you very much.
Okay, so no changes then, you're saying?
We're now in agreement. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
There,
Go ahead.
yeah, Chris Reasoner has joined online. He's raised his hand.
And just here for any questions for Hunt Midwest. I've got nothing to add.
Go ahead.
I have nothing to add at this time. I was just here on behalf of Hunt Midwest.
Thank you. Does anybody else from the public raise their hand regarding docket item C2 or C3?
No one has.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony at this time. Anything else from the commission on these two docket items? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, move to approve C2 with conditions and C3 without conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item C2 and C3 with conditions as stated or not stated. So Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Allender? Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell? Enders? Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski.
Aye.
Like motion passes 8-0 on those two consent agenda items. Thank you for coming in, and it's good to see you in person. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and move into our regular docket items and our regular agenda, beginning with those cases that will be continued to a future date, please.
Okay. The first case on the regular docket items 1.1 and 1.2 have a continuance request. 1.1 is case number CPC 2021-00111. This is a request to approve a rezoning from District M1-5 to District UR to allow for the construction of a 19-unit townhouse project at 3116 Oak Street. Docket item 1.2 is case number CPC 2021-00163. This is a request to approve an urban renewal plan and make a finding of blight for the same project at the same location. The applicant has not yet conducted the required neighborhood meetings, so staff is recommending continuance of both cases without fee to the November 2nd docket. The next continuance is, we do have a dismissal. Do you want me to include that in the continuances, or do you want me to just do the continuances?
Yeah, let's go ahead and include the dismissal in this, please.
Okay. Docket item 4 is a request for dismissal. This is case number CPC 2021-00060. This is a request to approve a development plan to allow for a major amendment to an existing apartment complex known as Plaza East Apartments, which are located on the south side of 45th Street between Paseo on the west and Woodland Avenue on the east. The applicant is requesting dismissal of this application. The next continuance is, well, that's it. Sorry.
I think that's it. So it's a very
Just
short
the
list of
one.
continuances this time.
Yeah, just the one continuance and one dismissal.
Okay, are there any questions from the commission regarding continuance of docket items 1.1, 1.2, or the dismissal of docket item 4? Okay, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. Is there anybody out there from the public that would like to speak regarding continuance of docket items 1.1, 1.2, or the dismissal of docket item 4?
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. And if there's no discussion, I'll go ahead and take a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
sorry for the late notice. I did raise my hand, it just didn't show. I do have a request from the applicant for docket item number 11. He sent that via email and they would like that continued And staff is recommending that that be continued to December 7th. They are having ongoing meetings with Birmingham Levy District, and they will want this to be resolved prior to CPC hearing. This is Sahara Sands. So.
Okay, so let's go ahead and open that case up as well, Joe, if you don't mind.
That's docket item 11, case number SUP 2021-00058. It's a request to approve a special use permit in District R80 to allow for an open pit sand and gravel operation on about 407 acres at the northeast corner of Missouri Route 210 and Birmingham Levy District Drive. And as you heard Mr. Agbaji say, the applicant is requesting continuance to December 7th.
Can you remind me, did you say with or without fee on that one?
I typically, in this circumstance, we would recommend with fee because we were ready to proceed.
Okay. Any questions from the commission on continuance of docket item 11? So seeing none, I'll go ahead and open it back up for any public testimony regarding the continuance of docket item 11. Okay, there's nobody in here either. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony altogether then for continuance of the cases. If there's no discussion, I will take a motion, please.
Chair Corral, move to continue docket item 1.1 and 1.2 to November 2nd without fee, to continue docket item number 11 to December 7th with fee, and to dismiss docket item number 4.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Allender? Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell? Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 8-0 for the continuance of docket items 1.1, 1.2, and 11, and the dismissal of docket item 4. All right, so let's go back to our regular case, and I believe it's docket item number 2.
That's right. Docket item 2 is case number CPC 2021-00086. This is a request to approve a rezoning from District R7.5 to District R80 on about 2 acres at 8450 Oldham Road to allow for animal boarding and community-supported agriculture uses. Zach Nelson is our staff planner.
Good morning, Zach Nelson, City Planning staff. I just want to say it's nice to be presenting in public or in person again. So this next case is located down south within the Blue Ridge area, somewhat close to Raytown. More specifically, the subject site is on the west side of Oldham Road, north of East 85th Terrace. There's a single family home that's currently on the site, and there are 2 tax parcels that were recently combined at the county. And the only reason I mention that is because it's important due to this proposed rezoning, and that lot combination created, it basically satisfied the minimum lot area of 80,000 square feet. And so kind of an overview, the applicant is requesting to rezone from R7.5 to R80. The R80 zoning does require 80,000 square feet of lot area, which is why I mentioned the lot combination. The applicant is proposing to operate a fresh food stand and also operate animal boarding to supplement the overhead costs for the urban agriculture operations. The parcel combination that I just mentioned as well. So this is looking west at the site. As you can see, it's a pretty deep lot, and then the home is at the very rear of the site. The applicant has stated that they are located in an official USDA designated food desert, and the applicant was recently awarded a $3,000 grant by a local nonprofit, Cultivate KC, to help install a 1,000 square foot raised bed garden to help grow more food for the community. So that's kind of the intent for this rezoning. And the current R7.5 zoning doesn't allow for that or animal boarding. So staff has reviewed this request against all of the rezoning criteria. I won't go through all this, but staff believes that this complies with all of the rezoning criteria in the Zoning and Development Code. And as a result, staff recommends approval without conditions. And I can take any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Zach? Go ahead, Tyler.
I had a hard time finding the full report for some reason on Compass, Casey. Can you just speak to the I think you had noted there's public comment. Can you like summarize it for us?
The public comment, I'm sorry, in terms of?
Or like the community neighborhood engagement, was there any feedback that you received?
The applicant submitted, they held a public engagement meeting. They said that nobody was in attendance. They waited, I believe, 15 or 20 minutes, and then nobody joined.
And then in general for animal boarding, could you just provide a brief summary of what we should be considering in terms of how many homes are bordering that area?
Yeah, I can pull that map back up just a moment. So just to the south of the site, it looks like there are 3 homes that are adjacent. And then to the north, there are 2 homes that are adjacent. They're set back a little ways, but to the best of my knowledge, I believe that the applicant is intending to have the boarding area kind of in the central portion of the site. And this is a fairly heavily wooded area. And so that should provide some buffering and some noise suppression, hopefully. But I think the applicant could probably speak more clearly towards what they're intending, how to use that.
Okay, any other questions for Zach? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant for this case. Is the applicant available?
The applicant has joined us virtually. It's Janaya Thomas. I apologize, Ms. Thomas, if I mispronounced your name.
No problem. It's Janaya Thomas.
Morning, do you mind stating your name and address for the record and tell us a little bit about what you propose to do here?
My name is Janaya Thomas. My address is 8450 Oldham Road, Kansas City, Missouri. Our plan here is essentially a doggy daycare, which would, again, as Mr. Nelson stated, will support our urban agriculture endeavor, which is to provide food for this neighborhood, which is located in a USDA food desert. To, I believe, one of the commissioner's questions about noise and the location of the other homes. We did have a public engagement meeting. I waited for 30 minutes and there was no one in attendance. In addition to that, the entire list of homeowners that received a notice, they actually received 2 notices, and still no one was in attendance. The only person I did hear from actually called me and told me that he no longer lives in the area and was basically not interested in any of the things on the notice, if that helps.
Okay. Do you mind telling me about the daycare itself? Are you going to have the dogs in cages? Are they outside in a fenced area, or can you?
So they will be in an indoor facility. They will be indoors and they will be taken out basically for a run and also to relieve themselves and then brought back into indoor facility. They will not be kept outside where there will be, any noise, barking, anything like that. And we also plan to keep the numbers limited. We don't want any overcrowding, which also creates an issue for anxiety and makes them bark and things like that. So we have no intention of overcrowding or having large numbers of pets.
So how many do you anticipate as a max for the daycare?
Probably between 10 and 12 max. Because we don't, like I said, we don't plan on having an overcrowding situation. And so that would be the max. It's not meant to be a major operation. It's meant, number one, we wanted to contribute to kind of, all of the people who got pandemic puppies. A lot of them are going into shelters because people don't have a place to keep their animals when they go back to work. And so we wanted to also provide a place where their dogs can be cared for while they're at work, and then allow for also for us to be able to supplement our growing operation.
Very good, thank you. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
I do have one. Is this a 24-hour facility?
That is not the plan for it to be a 24-hour facility. If we do any sort of overnight boarding, it would probably only be during the holidays so that people can take their holiday trips and not have issues leaving their animals.
So then I'd like to extend that since it's 7 day a week. You're offering your services 7 days a week?
7 days a week, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I do have another question. So completely understand the public engagement process. Are you currently residing there, and have you talked to any of the neighbors about the plans?
We do presently reside here, and we are in contact with a couple of the neighbors. And basically, I mean, we are a registered apiary with the city. That's part of our urban farm situation. So we're a registered apiary. We have chickens, and basically the neighbors that we're in contact with, which are one neighbor to the north and one neighbor to the south, they say that they love us being here. So that's the only feedback that I've gotten.
Go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak on regarding docket item number 2, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
No one has, I'm sorry?
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to say, Ms. Thomas?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll go ahead and close all public testimony, or all testimony, and just speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I will take a motion, please.
I'm just curious. I certainly won't stand in the way of this, but I fear that neighbors, because I am unfamiliar with how these operations work, but I fear that neighbors even a few doors away might end up being upset about noise in the future. So I hope it goes really well. And again, I won't stand in the way of it at all, but am nervous about people feeling as though this use wasn't what they expected in their neighborhood.
Yeah.
I agree with Commissioner Enders. It feels like this should probably be a special use permit in the future, but that's just my, not this specific case, but this type of, I don't know if that's a code change or whatnot, but that way it'd give you 3 years or whatever. But that's just a general comment.
Understand the noise concern, but since it's a inside type of facility where all the animals are inside, that to me really helps with the noise, keeping it down so it's not an interruption to the neighbors. So there's nothing else to discuss. I'll take a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve case 2 without conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2 with conditions. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender? Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell? Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski.
Aye.
Looks like the motion passes for approval of docket item number 2. We certainly appreciate you bringing your project in, and good luck with it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to hear docket item number 3, please.
Docket item 3 is a request to approve a special use permit on about 42 acres in District M1-5 for Ideker Asphalt located at 5300 East 155th Street, use is considered general manufacturing, so that is what the special use permit is for. Zach Nelson is the staff planner.
Thank you. This next case is located down south as well. This is near the far south extent of the city, near Grandview. A little more specifically, this is kind of an industrial area. It's south of 150 Highway, south of Andrews Road, which kind of wraps around the site. And then a little more specifically, this is the subject boundary of the site itself. There's currently a detention pond to the north. Centerpoint Intermodal is further to the north. And then this gives you kind of a better perspective of Andrews Road and how it kind of wraps around. And there's currently an access road on the southwest portion of the site. And then if I can go back just very briefly, it doesn't show on the map here, but there is a stream, a regulated stream that goes through the southeast portion of the site as well. And I'll get into why that's important in just a moment. So this is just another perspective looking east, kind of at the extent of the site. So the applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow for an asphalt plant, which is considered general manufacturing in the Zoning and Development Code. There will be approximately 4 to 6 employees on the site at any given time. The applicant has stated that they intend to operate Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and then occasionally on nights and weekends as needed. The plant will supply asphalt to crews and customers throughout the city. So the site plan shows access off of Andrews Road here. It's kind of the existing access road that I showed earlier. This is intended to be paved now. Offices will be located set back quite a ways, but kind of in the front of the site. And then there will be additional manufacturing and a batch plant further to the south with a wraparound drive there. And then further back will be material stockpile areas and then the batch plant. There will also be a stormwater detention area even further to the east. And then there's the floodplain and kind of the regulated stream in that southeast corner that I mentioned. And then zooming in just slightly, this kind of gives a better perspective of the layout and then landscaping as well. There will be new landscaping to provide visual buffering at that curb cut on Andrews Road. And then kind of, you can see the layout of the buildings and then further back the stockpile area and the batch plant itself. This, against all the special use permit criteria, and staff believes that this complies with all of the special use criteria. It fits with the general character of the area. The applicant has held a public engagement meeting, and to the best of my knowledge, no members of the public were present at that meeting either. So as a result, staff recommends approval subject to revised conditions. There are 3 conditions that staff would like to add to the staff report. The first is that the applicant submit a revised plan showing an access easement for the entirety of the proposed driveway. The second is that the applicant submit a preliminary plat prior to Board of Zoning Adjustment consideration. The site is not currently platted, and that's the reason for that. And then the third condition is that the applicant submit a stream buffer plan prior to Board of Zoning Adjustment consideration as well. That concludes my presentation, and I can take any questions that you might have.
Frankly, you took away my questions with those addition of those 3 conditions. And the applicant is aware of these conditions as well?
Staff has spoken with the applicant about these conditions. The applicant had previously stated that they intend to submit a preliminary plat application. However, I'm not sure if they're aware that this will be required prior to BZA consideration, but they've already stated that they do intend to submit a stream buffer plan prior to BZA. So really, the only one that's new is submitting the preliminary plat prior to BZA.
Okay, and so can you remind us on the timing of those? So the preliminary plats submitted prior to BZA, but can they run concurrent with one another? And so when does the plat have to be finalized and recorded?
So I don't think the plat needs to be finalized prior to BZA approval.
Right.
I think the intent is just to have it in motion
Okay, but it has to be final by the time you get your certificate of occupancy down the road?
Yes.
Okay. Making sure.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What I couldn't see, and I don't know whether it's in our preview or not, but I was interested in air quality from the asphalt production facility. Has there been any, how are they controlling air quality for surrounding areas and residents? And I think there's a couple of warehouses planned. So has there been an air quality study done?
I'm not aware of any air quality studies. There haven't been any that have been submitted. The applicant might have done that already. The applicant has stated that they don't intend to create any new odors or smoke. However, I think the applicant could probably speak to that better than I could in terms of air quality concerns.
Okay. Any other questions?
I had a question related to that because the residential area just east is outside of the Kansas City, Missouri boundaries. And so I just wondered if the staff considered adjacencies as it relates to properties outside of their jurisdiction.
So I don't believe we sent public notice to any other municipalities. I'm not sure if the applicant has spoken with that neighborhood, but I know that staff did not send public notice to anybody to the east.
Okay, because it looks like there's a large residential neighborhood with an elementary school in the center that's part of Grandview just across the highway.
This plant is currently located north of 150, and it's being relocated to this site. That's my understanding. And its current location is actually closer to residential than the proposed location. There's an apartment complex, probably, I don't know the distance, but fairly close to the current location. The neighborhood that you're referencing, Commissioner Sadowski, is about 3 times further away than the apartment complex. So, when we're considering, to answer I think Zach talked about notices that get sent, and we do not send notices. We send notices to everyone within 300 feet, but that does exclude properties in other communities because we don't have that property ownership information, so we can't notify them. But when we're considering whether a use is compatible, we certainly take that into account. And this one being further away than the previously approved location for the existing site, we felt it was appropriate.
So the only comment, I think we've got another case coming up later today with a warehouse is, I think, just adjacent to it as well. So there's going to be workers in that warehouse.
Yeah, this is related to that project. Yep.
So quick question, are they closing the current one when they move to this new site?
Understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission?
I have a question that I think is a much bigger question than this case, but just trying to, because we do have a few manufacturing related cases today that made me think, how do we best assess the intent of how the city would like to place manufacturing in terms of overall land use? Because I think we're getting these cases where we're making exceptions, but I don't think I understand exactly what the exception is to the original intent of where we want manufacturing located, particularly some of the more noxious uses. Because I think I tend to be sympathetic to making accommodations for any type of manufacturing as long as it feels appropriate with the adjacent uses. But I also don't feel like I have a sense of where the city would like to see manufacturing, particularly these really, really toxic places, because they do need to exist as long as that's a product in which we need manufactured. But I don't want it to feel sort of ad hoc when we place them.
So I would say that that really comes down to the area plan recommendations. And once those are updated, that's something that the public and nearby residents can really weigh in on. And I will say that this use is supported by the area plan. And so if we want to revisit sort of the overall, larger picture of where we want to locate manufacturing types of uses in the future, I think that would really have to be done on a large scale through the area plan process.
And related to that, are there like, so talking about the more toxic type, toxic plants, are there like best practices based on data and health standards on where these should be placed and how that can factor into even that, how it goes into land use and code?
Well, I think in the zoning ordinance, no. The short answer is, and this kind of gets back to Commissioner Allender's purview question earlier, the zoning ordinance doesn't have any standards related to this use that align with the questions you guys are asking. So you would be looking at an amendment to the zoning ordinance to add those standards potentially. And Zach really said it really well about the area plan. I'm showing here the future land use recommendation from the area plan, and this entire area in purple is proposed to be industrial. So it doesn't make a distinction here between heavy industry versus light. So from this land use recommendation, if someone were to propose a heavy intensity and industrial use, it would be hard not to support that. Because it doesn't make that distinction in the area plan.
Okay.
So to Zach's point, I think you would have to start there from a policy perspective with our area plans and comprehensive plan, and then work your way down to code amendments, to implement any policy to distinguish this type of industrial use from others you consider to be less threatening.
Okay, thank you.
So, Joe, just a follow-up question to that. So there is no air emission standards that we have from plants that plants have to meet?
Not in the zoning ordinance. There may be at the state level.
Yeah, the state will probably have all of that.
We're
Yeah.
going to get it.
The commission to city staff. All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant, and maybe they can help shed some light on some of these questions as well, if the applicant's available.
Mr. Chair, Stephen Lucas had his hand raised, so I've promoted him, and Kurt Mitcher also raised his hand, but I need him to accept the promotion, and then he should appear once he accepts it.
Okay. Mr. Mishner?
Stephen, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Joe.
If you're ready to speak to this case, are you representing the applicant on this case?
I am.
Okay, if you're ready to speak to it, the commission's ready to hear from you.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Stephen Lucas. I'm with Rouse Fretz White Goss at 4510 Bellevue Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, here on behalf of the applicant Idecker Inc. And here also with Kurt Mitcher, team's engineer with respect to this project. And can you all hear me okay? I'm hearing quite a bit of static. Okay. Kurt, it might be, yeah. I would like to say that, yeah, we met with city staff as recently as Thursday of last week to clarify the outstanding conditions and corrections that were identified on staff's report. And we, clarified that we are absolutely on the same page. And so we will be, actually late last night, Kurt, our team engineer, submitted revised plans with respect to outstanding conditions and corrections. And with the exception of the second condition that Zach just mentioned, we were exactly on the same page, but we don't have issue with that, with the second condition. It was just a timing issue with respect to producing a preliminary plat prior to the BZA. So Kurt, I think that might be your feedback on your end if you want to mute, perhaps. Thank you. So with that or perhaps not. Anyway, sorry, I hope you all can hear me. But with that said, that we are, here, we've got some other team members. The applicant himself is here as well. And so happy to answer any specific questions. But we are we're in agreement with, everything that Zach stated. So we are requesting a recommendation of approval subject to the 3 conditions that Zach identified in his report.
Okay. Sounds like there's some questions from the commission regarding the operation of the asphalt plant in terms of air quality, noise, smell, that kind of thing. Can you speak to some of that, please?
I cannot speak specifically to the air quality for this particular plant, but Mr. Wilkins, on behalf of IDECR, he was supposed to be in attendance. Joe, is he showing up by chance on your end? Because he could speak to that. It's David Wilkins.
He just raised his hand. I'll promote him.
Okay, excellent.
You guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. So could someone repeat the question, please, for Mr. Wilkins? I'm sorry, I don't know if you could hear me. Could someone please repeat the question for Mr. Wilkins?
Yes, I can do that before you interrupt, so I'll just wait until you got finished there. Would you mind speaking about your operation of your plant and some of the noise and smell and air quality concerns that some of the commissioners have brought up? Can you just go through your process of approval, putting that plant in, if you don't mind?
Sure. And to recap too, we are relocating the existing plant on Colorado Avenue to the new location. So our operation will not change in terms of anything other than just location. So we are just moving south the new property. As far as the air quality, we do have to get an air permit from DNR. So that is regulated by the Department of Natural Resources for Missouri. So we do have to adhere to those quality standards. And the other concern, was there something else besides air quality?
I just got a follow-up question. With the relocation, does that open up your existing permit for air quality to comply to? Is there a more stringent quality that you have to meet because you're relocating your plant and opening up your permit?
No, not to my knowledge.
I think some of the commissioners are just curious to know a little bit more about, in terms of whether it's stagnant air, which I think is the worst, right? Or not, like what the guidelines are in terms of how close it can be to housing or schools, et cetera. So that way we can just get a better sense for, okay, there is an organization that's looking into this use because of the unique location on the border of Kansas City, Missouri. We're just trying to make sure that we're not doing something to our neighbors that we wouldn't want done to ourselves.
Sure. I actually think it was pointed out too, this site will be farther away from any residents, right? That we're actually moving to a less populated area, I guess you could say. But as far as how far we have to be from a residence, I don't have that information on me.
The first one correctly. Do you have any air quality control on the plant to make sure that the emissions are hitting the DEME qualities or quality standards?
We do. we have a bag house that controls the dust. So it keeps any fugitive dust from going in the air.
Okay, any other questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, seeing none, so at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that'd like to speak on docket item number 3, please raise your hand if you're virtual or come up to the podium if you're here locally, and we'll call upon you.
Raising their hand online.
Okay.
Either.
And there's nobody here at the podium either, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add, applicant, before we move to just amongst the commission?
I guess just that, that we are in compliance with the criteria Zach stated under the zoning ordinance with respect to this particular special use. So again, our request is just stated, as Zach stated, that we get a recommendation of approval subject to the 3 conditions that Zach identified.
There's actually 34 conditions already identified, plus these 3 additional ones, so it'll be a total of 37 conditions that we're looking at. Just making sure you understand that.
Right, the three specific conditions that he identified, as well as the conditions of corrections report, we are well aware. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission if there's anything to discuss, or if not, I'll take a motion.
I suppose it's out of our remit, but it would have been nice to see something on air quality control, how they're going to control it as a part of the report, so we could get a sense that they've got that under control. It's an asphalt production plant. I'm worried about their carcinogens and so forth that we're going to have with neighbouring communities, and it just gives me some pause just not to have that surety. And we're approving an asphalt plant down I know it's relocated and it's been operating, but that gives me pause. I just don't want to see that we've got cancer breakouts or something from an air quality issue.
I just want to second Commissioner Aller's comments. I just feel like there's a gap here, particularly because we're talking about a residential area that's affected outside of Kansas City, Missouri, that isn't represented here today. And I would feel more comfort in understanding how DNR's standards may apply here in a way that allows us to feel that the distance to that residential area is being accounted for, but I just don't feel that comfort from what's been said. And so it's going to be a no for me until we can, I think when we talk about really noxious uses, we have to involve people within a few miles, regardless of what jurisdiction is covered. So I would see a definite exception to our community engagement process going forward. So unless the company had done engagement with them outside of the normal process, I just don't feel comfortable not having them represented here today.
My hope and my belief is that the proper agencies evaluate this, and that there isn't this strange, gap. And I would think that it's often not left to planning commissions to determine if something is sufficient. And I imagine that any new plant that's created would be probably held to higher standards than the previous plant. So I completely empathize with the wish that there had been more testimony that could give us comfort. That said, I do think that there are probably, and based upon some quick, rapid Google searching, I think that the right agencies probably do regulate this appropriately, and so I'll be supportive. But yeah, going forward, I think it is a really unique situation where when it's neighboring another jurisdiction, it would be great to make sure that we're not setting someone else up for failure and doing something that we wouldn't have allowed if that neighborhood was a Kansas City, Missouri neighborhood.
So can I ask Joseph a question?
Yeah, sure.
We're asking about the air quality and how it's controlled by a outside agency. Does that agency have any direct contact with any of our city departments?
Whether I can't speak to other departments, they've never had any contact with my division.
So we don't know if there's a control mechanism that's tied to that other agency through the city.
It's not through the city, Commissioner Beasley. It's more from a state standpoint where they're getting a permit, they're doing an application and a permitting process through the state. And the state is the one that's governing the actual air quality of that particular plant, its operations, and how it works.
And I understood that part. I'm just saying there's no interface from that regulatory commission to the city with us doing the licensing and permitting of that business.
No, that's usually, I mean, they can't open their plant anyways if they don't get the permitting from the DNR.
That's right. Yeah, and I'm looking right here at DNR's website. They have a permit for their current location. You know, we could provide that to the commission so you can read it. But it does have standards and conditions attached to it, what I'm reading.
And
Commissioner Beasley, this is Stacy Lowe from Land Development. If there is any coordination with the city, it likely goes through the Office of Environmental Quality, which is part of the city manager's office. They handle most of the environmental issues on behalf of the city staff.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. We've got to have some type of coordination, some kind of way for that. So thank you.
I have a little question. You say you have a other location. Why are you moving?
I will let, David, are you still on the line, Mr. Wilkins?
Yeah, yes. Could you repeat the question, please?
Do you have a similar operation somewhere else? Why are you moving?
We had a business opportunity to relocate, and we decided to execute that opportunity.
Thank you.
A bit more than that, is it, you know, the opportunity to own the land instead of rent it? Are you growing the operation? Obviously, it's, you know, a pretty big hurdle to make that move. Are you closer to transit? Can you just elaborate a little bit, please?
We felt it was a better location as well. The timing of the business opportunity to relocate paired with this location being a little bit more isolated and less intrusive in the community, we felt was a good fit.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Olafua Agbaji. I just want to let the commissioners know that we have an item, docket item number 10, that has to do with this overall site. And part of the relocation is occurring because there's a bigger development coming on this site. So that will shed more light when we get to docket item number 10.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments from the commission before we make a motion? Just from my standpoint, it's an asphalt plant that's in the current location. It's moving south 500 feet, maybe 1,000, and within a predominantly industrial area that used to be known as the Richards Gebauer area. So I can see that it's a good fit for that area. You've got a lot of manufacturing around that. That's been generally what's been accepted in that area. I think the state will do its job and administer the air quality because they can't even have a permit without, you know, they got to have a permit from the state to run the asphalt plant. And plus there's regular inspections from them to make sure it's being done right. So the project, in my opinion, has my support.
I'll go ahead and make the motion. Move to approve docket item number 3 with conditions, adding 3 conditions Condition number 35, to submit a revised plan showing the access easement for the driveway. 36, submitting a preliminary plat prior to BZA. And 37, submitting a stream buffer plan prior to BZA.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I've got a second from Mr. Rojas. So again, the motion is to approve docket item number 3 by adding the 3 conditions, 35, 36, and 37 as stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender? I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Did you say no?
Yes.
Okay. Baker?
He had to step away.
Okay. I didn't see. Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell?
Yes?
Enders? Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski?
No.
Okay, so it looks like I've got a tally of 5-2 for approval of docket item number 3, as stated in the motion. Thanks for coming in and look forward to seeing the project move forward.
All right, thank you. Thanks for your time.
All right, the next cases are docket item 5, and we have 5 companion cases here. Starting with 5.1, case number CPC 2021-00112. Request to approve an area plan amendment to change the recommended land use from office to industrial to allow for the use of warehousing, wholesaling, and storage on about 10 acres located at the southeast corner of Missouri Highway 150 and Prospect Avenue. Docket item 5.2, case number CPC 2021-00113. A request to approve a development plan for the same at the same location. Docket item 5.3, case number CPC 2021-00114. A request to approve a rezoning from District R80 to District M1-1 for the same at the same location. Docket item 5.4, case number SUP 2021-00066. A request to approve a special use permit for the warehousing, wholesaling, and storage use on the same property at the same location. And docket item 5.5, case number final plat 2021-00026. A request to approve a final plat to create one lot and one tract to allow for the same use at the same location. Shu Wood is our staff planner.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Let me share my screen here in a second. As you mentioned earlier, so this is the project that is located west of what you've been saying earlier for the Idacur project. And this project is called Gotcha Covered. Thank you, Joe, for reading all those legal ads. Here's the general location of this project. It's located pretty south of the city. More specifically, it's located at the southeast corner of 150, Highway 150 and Prospect Avenue. Currently, it is on R80. It's undeveloped. It is largely wooded, and the surrounding land use, including undeveloped and farmland, that's zoned from R80 to RM15. So there is a mix of zoning district at this location, and these people are looking to relocate their current business to this property. The site is about 9.3 acres, and the Prospect Avenue is identified as a local link on our major street plan, which requires 80 feet right of way. The applicant is in agreement to dedicate 20 feet right of way on their side. Here's the view looking north on the Prospect Avenue. The subject side is to your right. This is the view of the existing driveway on the subject side from Prospect Avenue. So this is the view looking east. Here's the view looking east on Highway 150. The subject side is to your right. So this is also a view looking east, and the subject site is located on the south of Highway 150. The applicant proposed 5 different applications. They're all companion cases, rezoning from R80 to M1-5, a area plan amendment to correspond to this rezoning request, a development plan, which also act as a preliminary plat, and a special use permit for this particular use in this zoning district. And last of all, which is a final plat. So on the site plan, as you can see, the applicant proposes 2 rows of storage bins for the proposed use. The proposed use including wholesaling and outdoor storage of their landscape materials. These storage bins will be 6 foot tall and are serving different type of landscaping and for wholesaling purposes. There is one access from Prospect Avenue has been proposed by the applicant. Staff understands there will be limited parking required for this particular use. The customer will just pull in, load it up the materials and take off. So this is acceptable site layout for this vehicular access and circulation. The applicant proposed to demolish an existing structure that's located on the north side of the site, abutting Highway 150. The applicant has indicated that might be a future office use will be located at the same location. However, this site does not have public sanitary sewer. So for all those future permanent buildings, they shall comply with the building code, or they shall, if they propose to use septic system, they shall comply with the DNR requirements as well. The applicant proposes 2 barns that's located abutting Prospect Avenue and to the south of the site. And also the applicant proposed a tract, which is which will be used for bioretention and BMP for the storm runoff. The entire site will be largely paved with asphalt, and the applicant proposed a 6 foot tall wood fence for the entire parameter of the site for screening purposes. Staff has recommended approval to the rezoning and the area plan amendment without conditions. Approval with conditions to the development plan, the special use permit, and the final plat as stated in the staff report. There are 3 condition reports being attached to each of these cases, as I mentioned. I want to highlight a few conditions. The first condition I want to highlight is in the development plan that the condition number 2 and 3 are specifically addressing the requirement for the temporary use of the existing building for office purposes that shall not exceed 1 year from the date it's been approved. The purpose of that is because there is no public sanitary sewer. So any of the port potties, they have to comply with current code, and in future permanent offices, they shall extend the public sanitary sewer or comply with the septic system granting process required by Missouri DNR, as I mentioned earlier. And there is another condition I want to mention is for, yes, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
just can you tell me which one that is again? It's under, because there's
It's
5.
under, yes, it's under case 00113, which is the first condition report attached to the staff report. That's for the development plan, which also serves as a preliminary plat.
Thank you.
Can I continue, Chairman? Okay. And then the second condition I want to highlight is condition number 19, which is to ask the applicant to revise the fence material that's abutting public right-of-way per our code chapter 88 -4 25-09-B for the portion of the fencing that is abutting the public streets. They have to either use vinyl coated chain link or wrought iron decorative metal fencing. So they shall revise the materials for those particular locations. And the next condition I want to highlight is that this development plan, it shall, oh, I'm sorry. The next condition I want to highlight is this, that the development plan shall lose its governance once when the special use permit is expired or being revoked. The purpose of that is we want to make sure the special use permit and this development plan is being approved as companion cases, and all those approved plans will be on the same page. So this is the first case that I want to mention for the development plan with the particular conditions I want to highlight. And the second case I want to mention is for the special use permit, which is case number SUP-2021-00066. There are a few conditions, which is in corresponding to what I just mentioned for the development plan. The first few is condition number 1, 3, and 4 in the condition report for SUP-00066. These are addressing the permanent office building that might be proposed on the site as well, per the building code requirement. And then the second condition, the second portion I want to mention on condition report is the special use permit shall expire in 3 years once when it's being approved by the Board of Zoning Adjustment. The purpose for that is it is our routine practice that a special use permit will be conditioned with a certain time frame, and it's not staff's intention to revoke the special use permit, but to require the applicant to go through the special use permit process again to make sure this use and the required screening and all the operation is in compliance with the code. In the last portion I want to mention for this special use permit is condition number 28. It stated that in any event that this special use permit is revoked or expired, that the zoning of R80 shall govern the subject site again. The final plat, I would not mention any particular conditions for final plat. If you have questions, I'm open to it. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. Seems like we're getting a lot of background noise from somebody through the speakers there. So if you're not speaking at this current time, if you don't mind putting yourself on mute, that would be greatly appreciated. Okay, so through all of that, I think I heard most of it. Just you wanted to point out some items in, I think it was the 5.1 piece? Or no, it doesn't have any conditions. So 5.2, you just had some things you wanted to point out there, and then 5.4. Is that correct?
Yes, 5.2 and 5.4.
Okay. All right. Are any questions from the commission regarding docket item 5.1 through 5.5? Anybody virtually? Okay. Seeing none, so applicant is available. Do you mind switching chairs so we can see you online there, please? Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to be here in person. My name is Judd Clausen. I'm a civil engineer with Phelps Engineering. For the record, address is 1270 North Winchester, Olathe, Kansas. I am here appearing on behalf of David and Shelley Little, owners of Gotcha Covered LLC, who's the applicant on this project. David is actually here in the audience as well, so if there's any questions for David, we could have him step up as well. David and Shelley are buying this property. This is an existing second generation family business. They would like to move their operation to this property. And their business, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but they have a website, Gotcha Covered, you can find it. It's basically landscape materials, soils, rocks, mulch, those types of products for contractors at wholesale as well as customers. You can go there with your pickup or trailer and have it picked up, or you can have it delivered to your house as well. They do not sell plants or trees or anything like that. It's just really the materials for your landscape business. So with that, we understand there's a whole suite of applications. Shu has been outstanding to work with to try to help us navigate the various things that we need. With respect to the stipulations, there was one stipulation that we wanted to ask about. I had sent an email to staff about it yesterday when we saw the stips, but wanted to just try to get some clarification on it. And it's on the plat stipulations, the final plat. It's the one that ends in 026. It's item number 2, about the developer shall submit plans to Land Development Division and obtain permits to construct sidewalks along the platted frontage as shown on the approved street plans for blank, and to tie in a point with existing sidewalks at blank. We, as you saw potentially in Shu's presentation, and Shu, you may want to pull that up just to show the commissioners again, along Prospect, along our frontage, there is a very significant tree row along our side of Prospect there. And while we don't disagree that sidewalks are important, to actually install a sidewalk at this point in time along that street would require removal of that existing significant tree row, which, you know, helps screen our storage yard from folks going along Prospect. And really a sidewalk at this point doesn't connect to anything. Now, we're not saying that, you know, we shouldn't participate in someday in the future when it's needed, but just for our special use permit to get operational at this point in time, we'd like to ask for some relief to that requirement. So to the extent that the commission or staff can help us on that, we would appreciate it. All other stipulations were agreeable to, by the applicant, and David and I are here and stand for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant at this point in time? Are you available to talk about that condition number 2 under the 00026 piece, 5.5?
Mr. Chairman, I will direct this question, if you're asking me, to Stacy Lowe from Land Development Division, since this is her condition.
Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry, I kind of bypassed you on that. I didn't mean to intentionally.
Oh, no problem.
You saw that Stacy.
But if you're asking me, I would say I agree with the applicant putting a sidewalk over here, since for the current condition seems a little too much, but I will let Stacy speak on behalf.
Okay, you can omit that one. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that. Since this is Stacy's condition, I would respect for her opinion, but just from DMD's perspective, we understand this petition.
Okay. Stacy, are you available?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am here. This is Stacy Lowe, Division Manager of Land Development. Yes, this is a condition that I added to the case. Typically, whenever there's not sidewalks present and there's right-of-way dedication required by the major plan, as Shu stated in her presentation, we asked for the sidewalk to be installed. That's part of the reason this condition was included on the case. I did receive an email from the gentleman yesterday afternoon regarding that condition. I will mention that this condition has been on the round of reviews.
At the tail end there, can you repeat that, those last sentence or two?
These conditions were included on the case since the staff's initial review, so they should not be something that is catching the applicants by surprise.
That still?
It sounds to me that this is just something that's come up since the applicant, our development review committee meeting. I guess, because it should have been discussed then if it wasn't, or if we knew about it beforehand. So in that case, if that's the case, Stacy, I think what the commission's interested in is what your thoughts are on modifying or deleting those conditions.
Once the final plat is allowed to go through without this condition, the land development staff would have no other way of requiring the installation of a sidewalk at a later point. As he mentioned, in delaying it, we would have no way to enforce that. Our final plat is our only way to do that. So if the commission chooses to completely waive it, I would support the commission's decision to do so, but I don't believe as staff I can support that.
I think I understand that. What she's saying is if you omit it now, then there's no way to come back and say, hey, we need the sidewalk when you have places to go and have some connectivity to that. But delaying it to a future date, I don't know if that's possible either, because you kind of have to have the conditions done, in order to get everything approved. So, and it sounds like it might be up to the commission what they feel is right on that particular item. You can go from there.
Personally, I'd rather.
And as the applicant, we understand the need for sidewalks, and normally, we're putting them on plans. In this case, it seems pretty rural, and just to take trees down to put in a sidewalk where it doesn't connect to anything at this point, we just had a hard time. My client had a hard time understanding that requirement. I don't know if there's a way to bond it or, put it in as a surety for a future time. We just didn't want to take down those trees at this point in time to be able to do that. And that was really the driving force behind it.
Stacy, do you know, is there a way to bond it? I know I don't think we have sureties for anything, but.
The only option would be to replace this condition with a condition for a secured deferral agreement, which would require an agreement be executed and a bond supporting the construction amount required for that sidewalk. It would also allow the city to cash in on that bond if the developer fails to follow through on their requirement to do the sidewalk within a certain period of time.
It sounds like that's as good as we're going to get, and we'd be willing to accept that stipulation. We just would like to be able to defer it until such time that it makes sense to put the sidewalk in.
Okay. Yeah. Anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. So at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak on docket items 5.1 through 5.5, please raise your hand or come up to the podium.
And attendance here, and there's also no one who's raised their hand online.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to talk about, applicant, since we didn't really have any public testimony there to go through?
Nothing further to add at this time, Chair.
Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, then I will accept a motion.
Are we doing what we just discussed?
Sounds like that's the best option to me, to maybe defer whatever that mechanism is on that 5.5 item 2 to wait or defer that to a later date, however that mechanism, what it is. So,
Stacy, could you recommend a condition to that effect or provide the wording? I understand you don't necessarily support it, but can you provide the wording for the commission?
Yes, I can provide a wording. Do you want me to do that now or as part of the follow-up to the case once the hearing is completed?
Go ahead and state it now, and we'll refer to your testimony as part of the motion.
Okay, Mr. Commissioner, I will do that. That the applicant will execute a secured deferral agreement with the city for the installation of the sidewalk along the property's frontage prior to the approval of the final plat.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Crowell, I'll go ahead and move to approve docket items 5.1 without conditions, 5.2 with conditions as stated, 5.3 with conditions is listed, 5.4 with conditions, and then 5.5 with conditions, amending condition 2 to include the sidewalk requirement security deferral agreement, prior to finalizing it.
Okay, just a note that 5.3 did not have any conditions.
Oh, sorry, 5.3 without.
Okay.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 5.1 through 5.5 and adjusting the condition 2 in 5.5. So Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Allender? Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell, Anders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
It looks like docket item numbers 5.1 through 5.5 have been approved, and appreciate you bringing in the project, and good luck.
Thank you, commissioners and staff.
Everybody doing okay? Don't need a break at this time to quick restroom or coffee, or no?
Good.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and proceed ahead, Joe, with docket items 6.
Docket item 6.1 is case number CPC 2021-00136. Request to approve a development plan which also acts as a preliminary plat to allow for the construction of a building for vehicle storage, cleaning, and repair services on about 10 acres at the northeast corner of Lewis Avenue and US 40 Highway. Docket item 6.2, case number CPC 2021-00137. Request to approve a rezoning from District R 2.5 and R 7.5 to District B4-1 to allow for the same on the southern 2 acres of the property at the same location. Chu Wood is our staff planner.
Shu, before you get started, I understand that there's somebody that tried to request a continuance on this case that came from outside of the applicant. Can we kind of talk about that first? Because I don't want to establish a.
Right. Our administrative staff received a request from a citizen in the area this morning asking for a continuance of this case to allow her time to better understand the project. I don't see her. I do see her name is Becky Hart, and she's just raised her hand, so I'm going to go ahead and promote her.
Okay.
If that's okay.
And you might go through just real quickly why we're kind of considering this at this time.
Well, whenever a citizen, someone other than the applicant requests a continuance at this point in the process, we let them make the request, and we don't necessarily support or oppose it. You know, it's just up to the commission and what her rationale is for needing the continuance. And I have promoted her, I believe. No, I've tried to. Becky, I'm promoting you now. Please accept it. And then you can join us and explain to the commission.
And before there's any testimony, if you can keep your testimony strictly to the request for a continuance without getting into the merits of the case, that's one of the reasons the chairman is asking you to address this first. We don't want to get into the merits of the case until a decision has been made on the request for a continuance.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, this is Caitlin Wolf with Bartlett and West. If Becky Hart is not going to speak, I could speak a little bit to all of the conversations we have previously had with her, that she showed up to the neighborhood meeting that we held, and I can kind of talk to her, concerns at that point, unless she is here to talk about her concerns now.
I am here.
Okay, let's, Ms. Hart, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record and why you're requesting a continuance on this case, please.
Yes, my name is Becky Hart. Do you need my address too, or what?
Yes, please.
3216 Booth Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64129. And I'm sorry, I'm having problems on this side here.
You wrote in and asked about a continuance. Can you state why?
Yes, I have disability problems, and I had sent that in the letter.
requesting documents regarding this case so that you could better read them and understand them. Can you tell me when you became aware of this case?
It looks like she got kicked off or she exited.
Okay. Caitlin Wolf, is that part of the applicant?
Caitlin is the applicant, yes.
Okay. So without getting into the case, Caitlin, can you talk about why we should proceed ahead with this and maybe what discussions you've had with Ms. Hart on this case?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. So prior to the neighborhood meeting, we sent out a document, via the mailing, certified mailing, it's the plan of our site describing exactly what we're doing. And that went to all of the, neighbors within 300 feet. So, and Becky, because she is the Neighborhood Homes Association person. And she is the only person who joined our neighborhood meeting. And so myself and the architect, Tyler Hyatt, talked to her for roughly 45 minutes that day, explaining in depth everything we could about our project. She mostly just asked, about the look of the outside, if we could match our fence to the fence down the street, which we are agreeable with, and the staff planners are also agreeable with, and that's included in our plans. Other than that, she just really wanted information, and we sent her additional information. Had mentioned that she wanted to go out and visit the site, but due to her disability, she didn't have a ride or a way there. We gave her the information we could, and then we don't know if she ever made it out to the site or not. It didn't seem that she herself had any issues with our plan. She was just trying to do her due diligence, since she is the lead of that homeowners association, wanted to make sure she knew what was going on. And like I said, we had a 45-minute discussion with just her, and never had any strict, she never had any strict opinions. No, we hate this development. So.
All right, thank you. So, Commission, just so you know, there's a concern from one of the public. She's the neighborhood leader, and trying to review the case, and she needs it in a certain format, because of disability that she has. And I don't know if she's received it in that format or not. I'm not sure, but I think the actual request for it came in just yesterday. I understand, right?
Well, I do believe that last week, and pardon, Shu, if you can, or Lisa, if you can correct me, because I wasn't here at the end of last week, but I do believe that's when she first contacted our administrative staff and requested some documents in color printed for her, and they've provided that information last week. And for what it's worth, the public hearing notice for this case was mailed on September 8th because it has been continued a few times. So the neighborhood association would have received the notice at that time.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that we accommodate, because she was a neighborhood leader, but it sounds like there's been, in my opinion, plenty of time to actually look at the project and comment on it. So I'm looking to the commission now. Should we go ahead and proceed with the case, or should we continue it till the next meeting?
As the neighbourhood association, we know have had a meeting on this.
Well, I understand the neighborhood association is not as active as it could be. That she's like the only one.
Oh, okay.
That actually would participate in the neighborhood meeting of that nature. So.
I'm ready to hear the case.
Okay. Anybody on virtually?
It looks like Becky has jumped back on. I just want
I mean,
yeah, she's back.
So I think we've got a couple here that feel like we ought to move forward with the case. Those of you virtually kind of want to hear from Becky for a second. Is that right?
I would say go ahead. She got cut off, so I just want to kind of let her finish her thought before we make our decision.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is all new to me, so I'm sorry. I did not receive any information from the applicant. We did talk and I had concerns then, and until I see everything on the format and what's going on, and like I said in my note that I didn't receive this till the information from the city until Saturday. It's been this long, and I requested it right up at, back in September, whenever it was. I do have questions about the quality of the air. I had brought up, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just more concerned about making sure you've had documents sent to you prior to the case that you could review.
Shu and Lisa, I need you guys to jump in and explain, please, what you've provided, Ms. Hart.
So I did a little quick research and trying to figure out. I initially got a call from Ms. Hart requesting information about this case. And I did spend roughly about an hour explaining this case to her. That was like in mid-September. I apologize, I cannot locate exactly the date, but that was September. And I also directed her to our administrative assistant, Nicole Washington, to print off the plans that was originally submitted by the applicant in color papers. As far as I know, Ms. Washington did proceed and printed out hard copies and mailed it to Ms. Hart. And whether or not Ms. Hart seen it, when did she received it, I'm not aware of that. But the applicant did revise the plan last week for before this City Plan Commission. And as far as I know, Ms. Washington printed our hard copies of the mostly recently revised plan and mailed it to her again last week. So this is what staff know about. And then we did hear that from the applicant, Caitlin Wolf, that they have engaged with Ms. Hart. So I believe the applicant, Caitlin Wolf, has already explained what the process was like. And I just want to mention that on the public engagement summary required by the city, which is part of the attachment to the staff report, it did indicate that there were a few neighborhood residents attended the meeting, the Tyler Hyatt, the Caitlin Wolf, and the Becky Hart. They're shown as they attended the meeting and signed into that meeting sign-in sheet. So these are the information we have. And if you have a question, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'd like to hear from the commission whether to proceed on with the case or continue it. And it sounds like three here locally want to proceed ahead with the case. So I'm looking for those of you that are virtual.
I would say that sounds like there was due diligence there on Shu's part. So I would say let's proceed and we can talk about the merits of the case.
Okay.
Go forward.
So it sounds like let's go ahead and move forward with, do I need a motion for that or just go?
Proceed unless somebody wanted to make a motion to continue.
Okay, so I need somebody to make a motion, please, to move forward with the case.
Chair, I make a motion that we move forward with the case, what are we?
6.1 and 2?
6.1, 6.2.
Okay. I get a second?
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second to go ahead and move forward with docket item 6.1 and 6.2. Lisa, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
But I heard Sarah say you only needed to do a motion if you were going to continue it.
Plus, we did one anyways to go ahead with the case, just to make sure.
Okay. Commissioner Allender? Beasley?
Aye.
Corral, Anders.
Aye, and I think Baker's back.
Okay, because I don't see him on. Okay, Baker,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Hi.
Okay, so it's been approved 8-0 to go ahead and move forward with the case. So thank you, Shu, for pausing there for a second. Please continue with the docket items 6.1 and 6.2.
No problem. All right, this case in front of you have two companion cases. One, a development plan, which has the docket number 00136. The other one is the rezoning without plan, which has the docket number 00137. So this project is named Windstar Busing. As you can see, this project is located in the east side of the city, close enough to Independence. More specifically, it's located on the north side of Highway 40. And currently, this entire site has about 10 acres and has split into 3 different zoning districts. The southernmost portion is zone B3-2, and the northern portion is a mix of R2.5 and R80. Oh, I'm sorry, and R7.5. So the site has very limited spaces could be used for developing. As located on the southern portion, the topography changed dramatically from the south to the north. The north portion is mostly heavily wooded. The surrounding land is including light industrial along Highway 40, that's zone M1-5 and B3-2, and residential behind those light industrial uses, that's zone R2.5 to the north, and of course the undeveloped area with woods, that's zoned R7.5 and R80. So this is the view looking east on Highway 40. The subject site is to your left. This is the view looking west on Highway 150, on Highway 40, I apologize. The subject site is to your right. So the applicant proposed to rezone the southernmost portion, which is roughly about 2 acres, from B3-2 R2.5 and R2.7.5 to B4-1. The purpose for this rezone is to allow redevelopment of this site for the use of vehicle storaging, cleaning, and repairing. The repairing part will be limited repairing, including oil change and polishing. The site is, like I mentioned, it currently has one curb cut from the highway, US Highway 40, and the applicant is planning on maintaining that curb cut and build it to city standards. There are 2 portions of the site plan as proposed by the applicant. The western portion includes one proposal for a 2-story building with a total square footage of about 9,000 square feet. That will be used for office and the bus repairing services. And the parking will be located in front of the building for the employees and customers. The parking number that's been provided by the applicant is 21. And on the east side of the building is where the busing outdoor storage would be. There are total 15 spaces, as you can see, located on the east side of the building. And the servicing bay doors will be located on the east side of the building as well. The front entrance of the building and the look will be located on the south side of the building facing Highway US 40. The applicant also proposed another vehicle storage pad, which is located directly to the east on the same site, that will provide 16 more spaces for the bus storaging. And as staff has been talking to the applicant and recommended the applicant to do is to exclude the eastern parking pad to phase 2 for future development, since there is no accurate development information at this point. And then the phase 2 for those 16 storage spaces will be subject to a project plan approval, and pedestrian access and connections between these 2 sites shall be provided at that time. Here's the landscape plan being proposed by the applicant. The applicant the proposal generally complies with the code requirement, including parameter landscape, interior landscape and street trees. Staff has also recommended the applicant to establish the fencing that matches with the nearby properties, and the applicant is in agreement with that. As you can see, this is the fencing provided by the applicant. The applicant proposed a 7-foot tall wrought iron fencing. This is a nearby property that matches with the nearby property, and for the entire southern portion that's being rezoned for this particular use. These are some elevations of the building has been proposed by the applicant. The overall height of the building complies with the zoning district B4-1, and there will be 2 stories. The first story will be used for cleaning services and repairing. The second story will be used for office. And these are eastern and western elevations have been proposed by the applicant. So staff recommends approval with conditions for case number 00136, which is the development plan, and approval without conditions for case number 00137, which is the rezoning application. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff?
So could you explain what you mentioned about the eastern parking pad and that being separate? Or is that a recommendation, or is that how it is written in the?
So staff has conditioned this one. And if you pull the condition report that's being attached to the staff report, I believe it's the condition number 17. And of course, condition number 16, item D, also mentioned this requirement. Generally, our intention for that is, if you want to make go a little bit more, the intention for that is currently there are vegetations on the site. Staff believes unless this site has been decided by the applicant with the accurate and sufficient funding for developing vehicle storage, otherwise we would condition this development to happen in the future through a project plan review process, which is roughly about 4 to 5 weeks. That doesn't really slow down the development process by any means, but also kind of maintain the existing vegetations and preserve the landscape at this point. And as well as the pedestrian concerns between these 2 sites. There is a topography change between these 2 storage sites, just so you know. And staff will review the pedestrian connection and the internal circulation of the site in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for city staff? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up to the applicant again. Applicant, welcome. If you don't mind, please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Caitlin Wolf with Bartlett and West. Address is 10895 Grandview Drive, Overland Park, Kansas. We thank you, Zoo, for your presentation on our project. We are in agreement with all of the stipulations provided by them, except for this stipulation that we've just been talking about on the phasing. We recently talked more with our owner, and they, due to the long lead time on steel buildings, they think by the time that we are actually able to build the building and phase 1 parking, they will also be ready to build phase 2 parking. So instead of coming back at a later date for the plan review on that, we would like to get all of this as one project right now, as we have provided, grading plans, drainage calcs, and all of the necessary information, as well as landscape plan for that second phase. We believe that it should be able to just be all one project now instead of coming at a later date. And also on the line, we have Tyler Hyatt, who's the architect for this project, if you guys have any further questions for him.
I just have a question with regards to water management on the washing of the buses. Can you just maybe just quickly roll through how you kept treating?
Yeah, so for what that will happen interior of the building, in one of the vehicle repair bays. We'll have a wash, thing in there, and all of that water will go into the sanitary sewer system and will be through our oil sand separator being put into the sanitary sewer system. So no vehicle washing will happen on the parking lot. So it's not, none of those emissions or anything should get into our stormwater system at all. If by chance it does, we do have a BMP system put in place to the north of the parking lot in which drains to. Also on this call is Neil Haas with Bartlett and West. I don't think he's a presenter yet, but if you guys have questions for him, he did all of the stormwater.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. So at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 6.1 or 6.2, please raise your hand or come up to the podium and you'll be called upon.
I can't get it, my hand shown.
Yep, okay, go ahead.
Are you there? Yes. Okay. I do have some concerns. I am really grateful that they are putting in the fence and the beautification. That has been a standard thing that we've been trying to work on out here, so I really appreciate that. I do have some concerns about the air quality and how the soaps and stuff and the chemicals will be in the air. That is a big concern.
Okay.
I also want to know, this is a pretty big place as far as the property that they have all have bought, and I'd like to know more about the wooded area, what their future plans for that, because I have a hard time believing why buy all this land if you're not going to do something to it on a business side of it. I'm sorry. It just give me a little bit of time here to think. There were some concerns I can't remember at the moment, but I had sent in on the email that I had sent. But I'm not against this piece of what they're doing. I am definitely concerned about the air quality and how it will affect, because we do get the wind that comes in. And I have been sick from another, project going on just by inhaling the fumes and stuff. So I am concerned about that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else out there, Joe, that's from the public that would like to speak regarding document item 6.1 or 2?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony at this time. So applicant, it sounds like there's a couple of questions that came up. Number one was the air quality, and number two was the what you're going to do with the north side of the property and what the future of that looks like. Can you talk to those?
Yep, I can talk to both of those. So for the north portion of the property, the wooded area, there is no future plans. Our owner doesn't plan to expand the area. He understands that it's heavily wooded, the topography drops off significantly, and there's a regulated stream buffer. They purely wanted this property because of the frontage on US 40. It's really easy for buses to circulate into their facility, and there's no plans for the northern portion of this property. They have sized it, and with that east parking lot, that's their future parking. They don't see a need to go north at all. So no future plans. We plan on retaining all of the vegetation north of our new zoning line. As far as the air quality, buses they will not be running while just sitting in the parking lot. So we really do not see an air quality issue. These, will be parked in the parking lot waiting until they can be pulled in to get their cleaning service repairs done inside of the facility. And also when they're in the facility, they will obviously be off to control emissions. You wouldn't want that. So we don't have any concerns on our end about the air quality. We really don't think this will be any different than, just trucks driving by on the street.
Okay. All right, anything else? Applicant?
Caitlin, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're rezoning the front 2 acres to an industrial or a commercial use, but we're leaving the residential zoning for the north 8. So if any have concerns about us telling the truth about whether or not we're planning on developing that, it's truly undevelopable. It's the grade does drop off severely, as you alluded to. All of the trees that are in there are going to remain, and like Caitlin said, the stream buffer is there. The use of this is not a heavy mechanic shop. It's going to function a lot like a quick lube service. The reason for having the proximity to the highway system is that this is a very quick stop for these bus drivers after they've dropped a load of people off somewhere. They come, they reset, and they're back on the road again. We're not going to be dropping engines, doing any kinds of heavy mechanical work. They're going to get washed down, vacuumed out, cleaned up, and get back on the road.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Tyler, you're part of the applicant, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, I'm Tyler Hyatt, Rose Design Build. Our address is 15311 West 109th Street in Lenexa, Kansas.
Okay, thank you. All right, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close all testimony then and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, we'll go ahead and take a motion, please.
So, Zhu, is the main issue with the phasing plan the internal circulation?
No, the recommendation from me for the phasing plan was due to the information that provided by the applicant. It is my very first time hearing that they plan on approaching both sides together in one phase. This is the very first time I heard it today. So I would request that if you do consider to remove that condition, then there will be a condition I would like to add to this case, that the applicant shall work with staff to modify the site to provide pedestrian safety in regarding to circulation on the site and proper landscaping for the eastern parking pad as well.
And we are happy to comply with a stipulation and to that effect. We just, since has indicated he now thinks it should all be built as one, we don't want to have to come back to you guys.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate.
Mr. Baker?
That's all I had. I would be in favor of removing 17 and then adding the condition to work with staff on internal pedestrian circulation and landscaping.
Okay, is that your motion?
I can move to approve docket item 6 with conditions, removing condition 17 and adding the condition to work with staff to improve pedestrian or to meet pedestrian standard pedestrian circulation standards and also landscaping standards on the second parking, and also move to approve docket item 6.2 without conditions.
Okay.
Do we also want to strike 16D?
Yes, you can strike 16D.
Yeah. Would you like to amend your motion to strike 16D?
Amend my motion on 6.2 to strike 16D.
You're still good with that, Commissioner Sadowski, on your second?
Yep. Second.
Okay. All right, so I've got a motion to approve docket item 6.1 with the conditions to modify number 17 as stated, as well as removal of 16D, and then approval of docket item 6.2 with 0 conditions. Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Yes. Commissioner Allender, Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell, Enders, Hill. I don't see.
Aye.
Okay. Rojas
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 8-0 for approval of the project with changes stated. So thank you for bringing it in. We appreciate your time and good luck moving forward.
Thank you all.
I'd like to take like a 5 or 10 minute break real quick just to get something to drink and then come right back. So I've got 11:13, so come back at about 11:25.
Sounds good.
If you don't mind? Thank you.
No, I should have
Still got 3 hours
I
left?
still have 3 hours left.
Okay,
We've still
well-
got a ways to go.
Yeah, so we got 8, 9, 8, 9, and 10 to go. Or 7, 8, 9, 10, so 4 cases yet. We got 4 cases yet to go. So. Yeah. Taking off? Oh, yeah.
This kind of makes it a bit big.
There's 16 in the docket, which leaves a little bit of wiggle room if they can. And then December, when is the deadline for December? November 1st. Get the planner thing.
I love you. I love your sense of humor.
Enemy when you got a friend like me, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm hiding it away from all cameras.
I need to know. Commission back? No? Tesla, okay.
I'm back.
All right. Commissioner Hill? Enough here for a quorum. Commissioner Hill, are you back? We have everybody. So let's go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Thank you, everybody, for a short break there. So it looks like we're ready for docket item number 7, please.
All right, docket item 7 is case number SUP 2021-00010. This is a request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental to allow the continued operation of one in District R 7.5 at 20 East 115th Terrace. Najma Muhammad is our staff planner.
Good morning, Commission. I'm Najma Muhammad. Before us, we have docket item number 7, CD SUP 2021. And the location is 20 East 115th Terrace, existing in an R 7.5 zone. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow short-term rental in the R 7.5 zoning district. The public engagement meeting was held via Zoom on October 9th, 2021. There are no prior cases related to this case. The applicant, Tim Stein, and the owner of the property, Tracy Stein, should be on Zoom currently. Property is located in the Red Bridge area of Kansas City, Missouri. This shows the subject property a few houses away from Warnell Road to the east on East 115th Terrace.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're not seeing the presentation on our screen.
Strange. Okay, 1 second.
Good now. Thank you.
No. Do you mind speaking a little closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
You can hear me now and see the screen. Okay. I'll go back. These are the slides you missed. I won't go over them again, but located in a Red Bridge neighborhood, the aerial view of the subject property, and the conditions for a special use permit that it complies with the applicable standards of the zoning and development code. It is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have significant impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. Is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design. It is a single-family home. It is compatible with the surrounding area, compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, and will not have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort. At the time that this application was submitted, to the best of city staff's knowledge, there were no 311 cases made on the property, so noise complaints and the like, or parking complaints made formally through the city. Staff recommendation is approval with condition. The condition that, if granted, the special use permit is permitted for a period of 3 years from the date of approval by the BZA, and upon receiving the special use permit, they also apply for the short-term rental registration. And that concludes my staff report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff regarding docket item number 7? Let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Is the applicant here today, or are they virtual?
They're virtual.
You're here? The applicant, are you?
Mr. Chairman, I've promoted 3 individuals to panelist position: Amy Powell, Timothy Stein, and Carol Winterroad. I believe Timothy Stein might be the applicant.
Correct.
Can we stop sharing screen so you can see her? Thank you.
You available?
Applicant, if so, please unmute yourself and address the commission.
Okay, it's unmuted now. Sorry about that. This is Tim Stein. I'm the attorney for the applicant. And as you may have noted, the applicant happens to have the same last name as me. So she has 3 brothers who are all attorneys, and I either drew the short straw or I'm her favorite brother. As I said, I'm an attorney. My address is 8001 Concert, Suite 200, Overland Park, Kansas, 66204.
Okay. Can you tell us about the project itself, the short-term rental, and I'm more curious about the operation of the facility, as well as the maintenance and security and those kind of things?
Of course. And I may fall back to the informal and refer to her as my sister as opposed to applicant, but either one will work. So the applicant purchased this property in December 2012, lived there until July of 2017. Still lives there periodically, but in July of 2017, our mother, like many family members, getting older and older, she decided, my sister decided that it was time to spend more time at the home of our mother to help out. And she has done that from 2017 to the present. She has run the property as a short-term rental since that time, prior to the passage of the current ordinance for which we're seeking the special use permit. Initially, she did have a management company, but she didn't like the way that the property was managed and run. So she terminated the management company and has since that time been responsible for the management, the upkeep, the cleaning of the property. She is hands-on. If she sees any issue with the property, she will go over and address it immediately. And I think the most telling fact is that since July of 2017, up until the public engagement meeting in October, most of the people around her didn't even know it was being run as a short-term rental. And in that time, she has only had 2 complaints addressed to her. One was the neighbor to the back of her has a 4-foot chain link fence, and she had commented that sometimes residents on the short-term rental would reach over and try to pet her dogs. And then the only other complaint, I believe, was a next door neighbor who there was a resident there that had some kids that were running around in the grass shooting little plastic BB guns, and there was some BBs in her yard, so she wasn't pleased with that. All the adjacent owners have approved this as a short-term rental, and there has never been any police called, any complaint. She's never received notice of any complaint. She runs the property very well. She watches it closely, and the longer term use is probably in the next 12 to 15 months. She will move back to the house with my mom.
It's advertised through Airbnb, I take it?
Yes.
And then is there a contract or anything signed between your sister and the folks that are renting it for a short term?
Well, they do that through the Airbnb portal. We did provide the original management contract with Paragon, and that was submitted to Najma, and it's part of the record. But since then, there's been no formal agreement signed. Like I said, she does all the cleaning herself. She does all the maintenance and landscape herself. So there's, other than the agreement for Airbnb or other short-term rentals to take their percentage of the payment, there's no other agreements in place.
Okay, so she's currently occupying the premises and then rents out the bedrooms and then plans to move out here in the next few months?
No, she lives with my mom now.
Okay.
And so now there has been periods over the last 4.5 years where she maybe has gone back for a month or so, or for, a few weeks at a time. But she is never there when there are when there's short-term rentals going on.
Okay. When they rent it out, what's the typical time frame of which they rent?
It's, 2 to 5 days, I would say, is a general range, and it kind of depends on what the activities are going on in the Kansas City area. Sometimes it'll be just a couple nights because they're coming in for a Chiefs game or a Royals game. But yeah, they're typical Airbnb type 2 to 5, 2 to 7 day type rentals.
Okay. Is there a minimum number of days, or just one night is the minimum?
I don't know of a minimum, so I would say that at least one night is the minimum, but I don't believe that there's a minimum.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
I had a question. You said that they've gotten permission from all the adjacent property owners. So I'm guessing this is to staff. I'm wondering why we're hearing this today. If that's true, I'm not sure.
So in 2018, the ordinance was passed that, and I may misspeak because I'm still understanding it myself, I just got here, but essentially in R7.5 and R10 districts, in order to operate a short-term rental, the owner must have a special use permit, which is what this process is right now.
Okay, so it's not a rezoning, it's just the special use permit within the zoning, even though that they've gotten approval from, do we have confirmation that's occurred?
Clear some of this up. So I think the applicant inadvertently obtained signatures. You don't need to obtain the consent of adjacent property owners for this type of short-term rental because of what Ms. Muhammad just explained about the fact that it, according to the applicant, was pre-existing prior to the ordinance. And the ordinance carved out a provision for those particular short-term rentals that they would be able to continue operating if they obtained approval of a special use permit. The consents are only necessary for other, for short-term rentals in other residential zones that are not owner occupied. And so those are administratively approved if they obtain the consent. However, if they can't get the consent, then they have to get approval of a special use permit.
Okay.
So those two types of applications get confused a lot by us and our customers. So I can understand why a commissioner would also be confused.
Okay, that clears it up. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? All right, so at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak regarding docket item number 7, please either raise your hand if you're virtual or come up to the podium and you'll be called upon to speak. And seeing that we've got more people in the chambers here, we'll go ahead and call on those folks first. So if you'd like to come on up to the podium and state your name and address for the record, please.
I was wondering if the 2017, when they,
If you can get a little closer to the microphone, that would be great.
okay, when these short-term rentals were talked about in 2017, I thought it was, there was to be a person on the premise at that time, and it was renting out maybe a room of the home. I didn't know it was for the whole residents at that time. Is that the way it was in 2017?
I can only speak to, I wasn't involved in drafting the ordinance, so I don't know if that was ever under consideration. But I can only speak to what passed city council, and the ordinance that passed city council does not require someone to live in the home for a short-term rental.
Okay, I attended meetings back then, and I thought that that was something that was,
For this type of short-term rental, it's not required.
okay. My name is Sharon Hill, and I'm the president of Red Bridge Homes Association. And our restrictions state that the property is to be used as residential single-family homes. And this use is not single-family residential use. I will say that the public engagement meeting was lacking. I did not receive notification. There were a couple other people that were notified with a certified letter. One of those got the letter to me on the 6th. The public engagement was a Zoom meeting on the 9th. And I can say that there would have probably been more people attending the Zoom meeting, but at that same day of October 9th, there was a Red Bridge block party at the Red Bridge Shopping Center for the Red Bridge area, which included high school bands, that they had activities that were a baby costume party, contest, I'm sorry, and they had just little things, little events throughout the day there. Even Mayor Lucas attended the block party. But the Zoom meeting, he said he was going to go ahead with it, and that was why there probably was just a few people on that. One of the problems with these short-term rentals or any rental property, they have no interest in the neighborhood. There's no connection with neighbors. They're just there to run a business. That's what they're doing, is running a business out of our residential neighborhood. It's running a hotel. When we're talking about screening for people, How are they screening? Are they looking at list for sexual predators coming into our neighborhoods? We have children. That's what Redbridge is about, is family, children, and not short-term rentals and running hotels. I think you'll find that the neighbors have shared their experiences. It's listed, and I think that we've got a resident here that's near there, and she will also have some Zoom people that will share experiences as to what's gone on in the neighborhood. I've also talked to the adjacent Homes Association at Warnell. This home that is the short-term rental is the third house east of Warnell. There's another association that starts on the other side of Warnell, and I have contacted them and was told that they also share in our concerns. Center Planning and Development Council, this was discussed there, and there were a lot of concerns there, and I didn't hear anyone in favor of short-term rentals in our neighborhoods. Also, the board, we had a board meeting on October 7th, and there was not one board member that felt that this was a good thing for neighborhoods, and it did not fit in with our restrictions in our Homes Association. And the requesting with this, I can't see how this fits into our neighborhood, and we're asking that you deny the short-term rental. They were operating and they shouldn't have been. I'm not sure what brought the notice to the city that they were operating, but they should not be, and we would ask that you deny this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Have any questions for me?
Not yet. Thank you.
My name is Lynn Youngberg. I am one of the residents of the neighborhood. My address is 109 East 115th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. I am on the street to the north of the street where the house is. The people that I have talked to in the neighborhood, we determined that we wanted to put together a petition. With the petition, we were asking for denial of the special use permit based on, well, primarily, I would say the deed restrictions and the covenants of the neighborhood, which say it should be a private residence. We have a lot of, as Sharon said, small children in the neighborhood. We also have a lot of elderly. And we are very concerned about who comes into the neighborhood, what's going to happen in the neighborhood, the extra traffic. I walk by the house probably every day. In the morning when I walk my dog, there's usually 4 cars. There's been up to 8 cars there. The property is advertised on Airbnb as having free street parking, which I didn't know they should do that. It is also advertised as having 9 guests. The new regulations say 8 is the maximum. So at this point, it looks like they have not particularly been transparent with what they were doing for the past 4 years, and I'm not sure what is going to happen going forward. I will say that the neighbors, some of the adjacent neighbors were originally brought in and were told that it was probably going to be a year or so to start with, and 4 years later, we are looking at a special use permit for another 3 years, which does not make a lot of us very happy. The house is starting to show some signs of wear and tear. It's missing a shutter on the front. The landscaping was overgrown. The landscaping has been cleaned up. The backyard patio furniture is showing wear and tear. It just, when you have a short-term rental, people coming in and out are going to add wear and tear. Maintenance has not been necessarily done to compensate for that. Like I said, we're worried about the traffic, parking. 2 of the people There was a petition that they signed for the special use permit because of the regulation that you need to have 55% of your adjacent neighbors. Truthfully, 2 of those at this moment, there were 7 people, 4 of them signed it, 3 of them did not. 2 of the 4 that signed it would like to rescind. I think that will be addressed here by one of the people on Zoom. We probably, as neighbors, did not do the best thing. We should have probably reported more things that were going on than we did. There are people want to get along with their neighbors and don't always report things. There have been instances of people looking for the house, going to other people's house in the middle of the night, knocking on the door, trying to get in. One next door neighbor that's directly next to the property has had that happen 3 times to him. So there are some things that we just have not, the neighbors have been not diligent and didn't report. And then, of course, the neighbors with pets are worried about whether, when you have kids that stick their hands through fences or whatever, is a child going to get bit if somebody's staying at the home? So it concerns them that we have an influx of people that we do not know coming into our neighborhood. Like I said, I have a petition. I did not have a lot of time because the first public engagement meeting was on a Saturday. I mean, this is Tuesday. I had to get the petition in by noon on Monday, so I didn't have a lot of time to create it, run through the neighborhood and get signatures. I did get approximately 7 focusing on the adjacent people, and 2 of those would like to rescind their vote. And I think that's all I have. I think we have some people on Zoom. Amy is on Zoom, I think, as he mentioned, and has things to say about the process and how it has been handled.
Okay, thank you.
I believe she's referring to Amy Powell, who does have her hand raised on Zoom.
Okay.
And she's,
is there anybody else from the audience that wants to speak on docket item number 7? Okay, so let's go ahead with the virtual folks, please.
Amy, you're first. Amy Prowl, I'm sorry, not Powell.
Off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
She unmuted herself, so I'm not sure if she is having mic issues. She's not muted.
On to Carol, if you don't mind.
Carol, I've asked you to unmute.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon. Good morning, Carol. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Carol Winterode, President of Center Planning and Development Council. I'm president of that organization. We are an umbrella group of homes and neighborhood associations in the southwest part of Kansas City. Red Bridge Homes Association is in our umbrella group. And we have been concerned about how things are going with this short-term rental in their area. And there's a lot of anxiety from the people surrounding that project. And it changes the character of the neighborhood if you have people coming in and out and cars parking all over. So we are asking the commission to deny this application, as is the Red Bridge Homes Association. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That her mic did not work and she will send a letter instead. Her concerns were partially around how the,
Mute, I'm sorry, because we're getting both.
She's fine. It was me. Sorry.
okay.
Go ahead. It was my computer causing the
Oh,
issue.
it was yours? Okay. Amy was upset because when Tracy went around to gather names for the petition for the special use permit, it made her very uncomfortable to be a neighbor and have a neighbor petitioning her, because if you want to be neighborly, it's the hardest thing in the world to say, no, I don't want you to do this. And so she felt to a certain extent like she was pressured into doing something, that perhaps the petitioning process should be ask for somebody that's not involved to go around and do the petition. So that was part of what she wanted to address as the process on this. And I will say, we don't have an attorney. We didn't have enough time. I had to do a lot of the research myself. Unfortunately, it's probably not the best. And I would apologize for that, but I would appreciate it if you'd take our thoughts into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe? Then close all public testimony and come back to the applicant. So there's been several items that have been brought up through the public testimony with concern about the short-term rental and and having that. So I think the first thing is its operation as a short-term rental from 2017 through October. Not many people knew that and why that happened. And then how did this project get brought up to where you needed to get your special use permit? So somehow there's a mechanism put in place for that. And I think, again, going back to just the operation and maintenance of this, how you vet your renters, the kind of rules you have, and making sure that if this were approved, that you're operating in a manner that would not be disruptive to the rest of the neighborhood.
Okay, so can I respond to those?
Yes, you are.
Okay, all right. So I would have a couple of comments. My first comment, and I did have a conversation with Sharon, who was the first in-person speaker on a Friday afternoon, the day before the public engagement meeting. Now, prior to that, I did have a pre-qualification meeting with Najma and Anna, and they were very helpful. They laid out the timeframes. We complied with all of the timeframes provided for in the ordinance. I sent out 42 letters, 4 of which were certified, all within the time frame required by the ordinance. And prior to doing that, I also checked the Red Bridge Homes Association website and looked at the calendar, because they have a neighborhood calendar, and there was nothing set for the day that I proposed. One of the issues about having the neighborhood block party, it's my understanding that that block party went from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. that day. This public engagement Zoom meeting went from 11 to 11:25. So it certainly didn't interfere with the entire block party. And I think at least there was only 4 other people that showed up. 2 of them weren't even aware of the block party. Had somebody, of the 42 letters that I sent out, had somebody commented that this may have a conflict, we would have gladly moved it to earlier or later, or even on a Sunday. But I was restricted in the amount of days that I had available to us prior to this meeting. And so I was trying to fit all the requirements in order to timely comply with this public hearing now. And I did explain that to Sharon. She had sent an email, copied a number of people in the planning department, and I provided a detailed response back to that, including Najma on that. So I didn't realize that she was the president. What I did was, what I was required to do, was I went to the City View website And I sent the notice to the people who were registered as the Homes Association officers. And then the next day, it was pointed out to me that I did need to send one to Carol, and I both emailed and mailed her as well and had a conversation with Carol about that. So as it relates to the public engagement meeting and the concern that it was somehow short notice or people didn't know about it, the notices all went out. I provided the proof of mailing to the city, and every notice that was required was sent in a timely fashion. Then as it relates to the short-term rental special use permit application that's pending, I would note that many of the comments, and I live in a neighborhood, we all live in a neighborhood. You know, we only want the best that's for our neighborhood. And my sister is friends, that's true, she's friends with people around her. She only wants what's best for her house and her neighborhood as well. But many of the comments seem to be more of a general comment about whether or not short-term rentals should be permitted in any neighborhood. The city has already decided back in February of 2018 that short-term rentals are allowed in 7.5 and 10 zoning. So the comments about the general notion of a short-term rental in any zoned 7.5 neighborhood are general comments that I'm assuming that the city listened to and addressed, and then decided to move forward with the ability to have a short-term rental in a zoned 7.5 neighborhood. Finally, as it relates to the property, at the public meeting, it was brought up about that they thought that there was a few weeds that in the front yard, and so my sister immediately addressed it, and they did comment that those weeds were fixed. I will say she maybe has a little bit of an eclectic taste, so some of the things that she has in her backyard, she actually believes are treasures. Her and my mom love going around on what they call large trash pickup, and they pick up unique items, and she does like to place those in her backyard. It may not be the taste of everybody, but first, it's in the backyard, and second, it's her taste, it's her house. So the appearance on the front has been addressed. It was immediately addressed after somebody brought it up. She does take pride in the house. She does take care of the house. I guess finally, we do have the benefit of time here. We have the benefit of starting in July of 2017 until now, that there's been no problem. There hasn't been no issue. Yeah, I mean, do sometimes kids run around? Yeah. Was there times maybe when there was cars parked out front? Okay, we'll concede that. But this isn't a new application for somebody that we don't know what they're bringing. This instance, we do. We have 4.5 years of experience, and other than general notions that people don't like short-term rentals in their neighborhood, there's really not been an issue. Now, I can understand the confusion because the subject address here is 20 East 115th Terrace. Apparently, there is an address that is 20 East 115th Street. And I guess there's been a couple of occasions where somebody went to the address that was on the street instead of the terrace and thought that they were renting that house. And that has been an issue. And she will address that going forward to make sure that they understand it is terrace and not street. But historically, the property has been run well. There's been no complaints to her. And I would request that the council approve this special use permit because we have the benefit of history to look at this property.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or thoughts from the commission to the applicant or to the staff on this?
Just screening, I think that was the only thing that the applicant didn't.
Yeah, I'd like to hear a little bit more, Mr. Stein, about how your screening is done, as well as any agreement that you might have with folks that rent there.
Yep. So the screening would just follow whatever the normal Airbnb process is for screening. Right now, there is not any special screening that's being done. And the reason for that is historically, there's never been an issue. The normal and customary screening that an Airbnb website does has worked so far, and there's been no issue.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, any other comments from the applicant?
No, thank you.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission and go from there. I've closed all testimony. Thank you. Any comments from any of the commissioners?
I'm definitely empathetic to the neighbors. I'm also someone who takes advantage of short-term rentals at different places when I travel and think there is a good use for them at times. And while being sympathetic, I'm still going to go ahead and go with the staff's recommendation to approve.
Comments?
I'm for approval.
Okay, me personally, it's the short-term rentals, I'm generally in approval with them, especially when I hear a well-thought-out plan of maintenance, operation, contract, agreement, how they work with their people and that. My opinion, I didn't really hear that today on this one. I think it's more just relying upon Airbnb and what their process and procedure is. I think the maintenance and that, or any policing of the actual home, I think it's done by the owner of the home, but we don't know when that homeowner is there or not, and if they've got a company or not, or whatever. So, just my opinion, I'm not for this one.
I'll just say, I think for me, the standard is very high when it comes to how the Airbnb interacts with the community without being an adverse effect, because I think Airbnb as a model is generally a risky proposition when it comes to impacting communities. So this was a tough one, but I think I'm going to agree with the chair and be a no on this.
Anybody else have any comments? If not, then I'll take a motion.
One comment that I would add is that, I've used Airbnb when I've traveled to different places, and I actually feel safer when there is a neighborhood or community present. I do think there needs to be communication. I think Airbnb has a pretty good process by which you submit. And then I like the point. I think there's an opportunity for us to come back to as a commission that the applicant made, that there's one concern about Airbnb short-term rental should not be allowed at all in our city, with the fact that we have approved that. So maybe the neighborhood needs to be thinking about saturation or how many Airbnbs. That might be a better kind of tool to use versus just an all-out no. So I'll be voting in support of this project.
I just wanted to second what Commissioner Hill just said. I think it's about focusing on the larger policy conversations around short-term rentals. That's what I heard a lot today, rather than some of the very, what I would consider pretty nuanced pieces around this particular site. I think there are a lot of folks that run these very management heavy, and maybe that's not the case today, but it sounds like it is working for the particular needs of that family and being able to get them flexibility between caring for family members and not occupying their home. So, I'm not seeing enough red flags here to go against it today.
I might add to the discussion that what I'm hearing is the willingness of the property owner to address any issues. So the things that have been brought up, I feel they will address. And I'm in agreement that things change. So look at the saturation as was mentioned and not completely saying, no, I don't want this. So I'll be voting for it as well.
Okay. Mr. Rojas, any comments?
No comments.
Okay, go ahead and take a motion then.
Move to approve docket item number 7 with conditions.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 7 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender, Baker,
No.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crow,
No.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
No.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 5-3 for approval of docket item number 7.
Chair, can we remind them that we are recommending body?
I'm sorry?
Can we remind the crowd that we're recommending body and not final approval?
Yeah, I think they know that we're just a recommending body, that the next step will actually go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment for a final yea or nay on the project itself. So applicant, Mr. Stein, thank you for bringing your project in, and good luck as you move forward.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and move to docket item number 8.
Docket item 8 is case number CPC 2021-00155. This is a request to approve a preliminary plat for the Hunt Midwest Business Park 7th plat to create 4 commercial lots and 2 tracks on about 273 acres on both sides of Northeast 48th Street between Arlington Avenue on the east and Interstate 435 on the west. Olofu Agbaji is our staff planner.
Thanks, Joe. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Plan Commission, Olofu Agbaji, City Planning and Development staff. If you can please promote, I think Jacob Hudson, or actually Aaron Schmidt will be talking today. So if you can promote him. This next case is located in the northland, kind of northeast part of the city where my arrow is pointing. And it's just at the northeast quadrant of 435 and 210. And this is the area under discussion. This is an aerial view of the site, and surrounding uses includes Walls of Fun, which is just along 435. And then to the north of the site is Gracemore neighborhood. The Hunt Midwest Industrial Park is to the south. And this is Northeast Paving Road that comes through the site and terminates pretty much at the city boundary next to Liberty, and Claycomo is just to the north. So Arlington Road, North Arlington Road does extend from 210 Highway all the way through, extending through Northeast Paving Road and then continues on. And we have dealt with the 6th plat at this location, and this is the 7th plat coming to finalize this development through to Northeast 48th Street. Oceans of Fun is down in the southern part. This is the 273 acres under the 7th plat. And as you can see, Northeast 48th Street comes from 435 and currently terminates at a cul-de-sac that's just off the neighborhood, the Gracemore neighborhood. Back in 2014, City Council approved what you see before you, which was the Arlington Road TIF, and that allowed for the extension of Northeast 48th Street through the site and down to North Arlington, then connecting to Parvin. So the 6th plat took care of phases 1 and 3. And today you'll be dealing with phases, actually 1, 2, and 3. You'll be dealing with phase 4 in the bottom part and phase 5, which is the 7th plat. Again, this project is proposed on about 273 acres, currently zoned UR and US, which is underground storage. The preliminary plat is for 4 lots, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, and 4, with the extension and construction of Northeast 48th Street, connecting the existing cul-de-sac to North Arlington at this location. And then they have, I will leave the discussion in terms of public engagement with the with the applicant to report on that. There have been extensive discussion for over, I want to say 15 to 20 years with the Gracemore neighborhood as to what has been happening on this site. Again, this is the southern part, lots 1 and 2. And then this is lots 3 and 4 with 2 detention tracks, 1 for the north side, 1 for the south side. With that, staff's recommendation is for approval subject to the 27 conditions, and I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions from the commission to city staff?
Yeah, I know you said that you'll leave it to the applicant, but I'm curious just because the zoning change happened in 2014, and then as you said, there's been 15 to 20 years of discussion with the Gracemore neighborhood. I'm just curious because I, hadn't followed this previous to this case. Are you able to give any color to the types of conversations that have been had? And obviously, this is a massive project that it's kind of already looks like it's on a certain track, but I'm just curious to know any relevant background.
If you see your report, there's extensive, documentation on the public engagement that occurred. They've worked extensively with the Northland Neighborhood Inc. Deb Herman has been very involved from the onset. I think when she was a elected official back then, there's been restriction put on both the mining and what occurs on this site since prior history, even prior to the Arlington TIF. And that's why I wanted both Mr. Schmidt, who is with Hunt Midwest, and probably I hope Deb Herman is on the line and she will give you those additional details. But your staff report probably has about 30 or 40 pages of public engagement. So it's been very, very extensive. You want me to keep going?
That's okay. I was mainly interested in the public in when the zoning change happened in 2014, less about the recent public engagement, but.
And even prior to the zoning change occurring, there used to be mining at this site and there used to be blasting. And then that was where the engagement with the Gracemore neighborhood started. And I think they ceased the blasting or limited them to certain periods, or they did put some limitation through a neighborhood agreement with Hunt Midwest operation at that time. And then as this has occurred, there were other additional requests by the neighborhood, which included extension of Northeast 48th Street, because right now what happens is the trucks get down there and it's really, really difficult for the semi-trailers to turn around there. So they'd rather have this as a cut through so that there's no longer, and then semis end up parking down there overnight and leave the trucks running. So there's other issues that's occurred with the neighborhood. And I don't know if anyone from Hunt Midwest or if Deb Herman is online to comment further on that.
That's fine, thanks.
Yep.
Any other questions for city staff? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Applicant, welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Aaron Schmidt with Hunt Midwest. Address is 8300 Northeast Underground Drive. Here to present this case, also joined by Patricia Jensen, who's our attorney, helps us through a lot of our cases. First and foremost, to address the question regarding the public involvement, we could probably write a book about with the massive amount of public engagement that we've had. A couple things of note. One, in 2014, when we rezoned the property, that's probably when we had the healthiest amount or largest amount of public engagement with the Gracemore Randolph Community Council. And that resulted in an agreement that was signed by both Hunt Midwest and the Community Council, which really outlined kind of our development plans, the restrictions, things that we committed to. And I'm pleased to say that it's an older agreement now, but we've met all those obligations. And I think most importantly, the preliminary plat that we're submitting today either meets and in some cases exceeds those obligations that we promised to the community council back in 2015. So that's a little background. 6 or 7 years ago, most recently, we did have our community public meeting in July. We met all the requirements for notice and location and format for that public meeting. Notice was sent to 58 landowners, which was the requirement of the engagement ordinance. We had about 37 people sign in on the sign-in sheet. There was probably more than that. So I think, of all of our public engagements, this one has probably been the most robust. So any other questions regarding the public engagement portion? Okay, moving on. First,
go ahead.
Okay, moving on to the preliminary plat. As Olafu mentioned, that this has been a long time coming. This is phase 4 in a plan that was approved back in 2014. So really no substantial changes from the plan that we had produced. We do appreciate and recommend staff's recommendation of approval. Obviously, we do agree with that. We take one exception to only one condition. And that is condition number 9 on the staff report. And that's a condition that's new to us, that staff is requiring an erosion hazard analysis for any areas or public right-of-ways within the stream buffer or adjacent or outside to a stream meander. And so that language has got a bunch of issues. And so I probably, as a reminder for most of the people on the Planning Commission, but the city went through an exhaustive, extensive public engagement process to create a stream buffer ordinance back in 2009. And I can't even count how many hours we spent, a lot of the city council spent, staff spent to develop a stream buffer ordinance, which was really designed to protect water quality and to prevent development from encroaching onto streams and in areas where there were potential hazards. And so that ordinance was done, in our opinion, the right way. There was a consultant hired. They had multiple public meetings, I think, before the Planning Commission and then also the City Council. And then we've all been operating under that particular stream buffer ordinance since 2009. So now staff is taking that ordinance, taking it upon themselves to take that ordinance to a different level and add additional requirements that are not in that stream buffer ordinance, and we take exception to that. But first of all, the condition to do erosion hazard analysis is nowhere in the stream buffer code. It's not a requirement. It was never really discussed at all that I can remember when we had the public engagement process. And so this is strictly just a staff request to, again, kind of go above and beyond what was everyone agreed to with the stream buffer issue. This addition or additional burden had no public engagement that we know about. It was never presented to the Planning Commission that we know, and was not presented to the City Council. So that's a big kind of issue to be not necessarily changing code, but making the code even more difficult for private property owners without any public engagement. So that we have an issue with that as also. And then kind of getting into the weeds of the requirement, the condition has words like any improvement, areas adjacent to or outside the stream buffers. And so, improvements are not defined. And what does adjacent mean? Is that 30 feet away or is that 500 feet away? And then, they're also requiring an erosion hazard analysis. So first of all, it's not required or nowhere in the stream buffer. And then there's also no definition of what that is. Is that a $50,000 study that may or may not be approved, or is it a one-page memo? I mean, there's no direction to do this. And again, these are things that are specified during an appropriate public process to amend code and add additional requirements. And then probably most arbitrary of all is that it says, as required by the Water Services Department. Well, that's great. And, we get along with people in the Water Services Department, but what does that mean? We as developers and property owners, we try to invest money in the city. But if we have no idea what our risks and costs are associated, we just have to count on maybe someone at the water department being cooperative. That's really a discouragement for us to develop and add capital and develop in the city. So, with all that being said, I definitely respect the staff members that are proposing this. And I understand where they're coming from for sure, and completely agree with them that the stream buffer issue, the stream buffer ordinance has got some problems. It's probably a little outdated, and we would definitely welcome an opportunity to amend that ordinance and go through process and make changes to it. But arbitrarily making changes and additions to the stream buffer ordinance on a preliminary plat is just not the right time to do that. So again, we agree with staff's recommendation for approval. We just request that condition number 9 be removed. Patricia, any addition?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, as Aaron has stated, I'm Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm. And I and Jim Bowers, along with Aaron and a number of developers, were very much involved in the adoption of the stream buffer ordinance back in 2009. As Aaron has highlighted for you, there is no requirement of any in any part of the stream buffer ordinance that requires this erosion analysis. And I would note that this is a preliminary plat. So the question is really, does the plat conform with the code? We feel like this is a new requirement that's not been identified and it's not supported in the code. The stream buffer ordinance itself specifically recognizes that streets and public improvements can be within the stream buffer areas, and that's highlighted there. It does not require any further analysis under the code. So I think that's our issue. We would request that you approve the preliminary plat and remove condition number 9.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant from the commission?
I appreciate all the comments that have been made. I just wondered if we could step back a second and just get a little more context on the project itself, just understanding what your intent is with the development and the use and kind of, how this is a long time coming. So just trying to understand like that story from your perspective.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And I probably should have started at a higher level. So just a little bit about Hunt Midwest. We've been involved in Kansas City and in Kansas City since the 50s when Lamar Hunt, the family member that owns the Kansas City Chiefs, started investing in Kansas City. And we started with a mining operation and eventually grew that into real estate development. We at one point in time owned Worlds of Fun. And have really grown into a development company that's focused on Kansas City, headquartered in Kansas City, but does a lot of development across the country. And we take great pride in our name. The Hunt family is probably one of the best, most respected families in the country, and we respect them and try to take their name and do the right thing, and have been doing so since the 60s. So this particular project is part of our industrial portfolio. It's pretty unique as we've got the what we call Subtropolis, which is 6 million square feet, 7 million square feet now of underground developed space. And then what we call the top side is the kind of industrial business park that's on top of the Subtropolis. That again started, back in the 60s. So, while this specific plan was really part of a plan that was approved in 2014, the business park has been operational for decades. Here in Kansas City, we're in a unique position in the country. We can reach by truck the vast majority of the population within 2 days. We've got an extremely good railway, barge, and highway network. So being in proximity to I-70, 435, I-29, and directly south of the Ford plant, which is, I believe, still the biggest Ford plant in the world, we're uniquely positioned to provide a high quality business park. So we've been doing this for years. Our sixth plat that was approved 2 years ago is on the ground. We're in the process. We're actually going vertical on a building there. There's some news articles about what's happened with the rest of that property, which is very exciting. And we continue, our plan is to continue the industrial kind of warehousing distribution center that's been very successful for us. And really what it does is creates a lot of jobs too. I think we've got 3,500 employees working within this area. And so we continue to grow and create new jobs and new opportunity and, a substantial investment into the city as well.
Thank you for that background. Appreciate it.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? We'll go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak on docket item number 8, please raise your hand virtually or come up to the podium if you're local, and you'll be called upon.
There's no one online that's raised their hand.
All right, so we're kind of whittling down, aren't we? All right, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close all public testimony. Any thoughts? So just kind of curious, frankly, on docket or the condition 9, if staff could speak about that real quick, just the thought process behind it, what it is, what it means, maybe will we take that into consideration?
And maybe the scope of it, seeing the applicant has no idea what that means.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, that condition is by LDD, and I think Stacy Lowe is on the line.
Okay.
She could have stepped away from her computer for a minute.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can reach her secretary to give her a call.
Speaking for myself, it's kind of hard to add items like this to the conditions when you're already accommodating and doing whatever you need to do for erosion control as part of a project like this. You've got a full set of plans you're submitting in for any land disturbance, and on top of that, you're doing the stream buffer protection as part of the project as well. So having another item is just kind of curious about that, and I sympathize with the applicant on some conditions. At times you get some conditions that are pretty vague and not more succinct as to what's expected or required as part of that condition. So I totally understand, as required by Water Services and having some direction and clarity on what that really means. But frankly, in my opinion, I don't have an issue with taking that one out.
I would like to understand a little bit more about it. Stream erosion and so forth for me is pretty key from an environmental perspective. So I'd just like to get some clarity around it from staff, even though it isn't in the ordinance. It's been a while since.
Speak in the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Even though it hasn't been in the ordinance, it's still, I think, key that we don't have erosion on streams. So I'd just like to understand it a little bit more.
Okay.
And while you're waiting for Stacy, one important point is we are fully complying with the stream buffer ordinance. That is the ordinance that protects those streams.
Okay. Olafu, has Stacy been able to come back?
I did reach admin staff, and they are going to get her.
And I think another couple items while we're waiting too is, we do have a major concern of that we don't really understand what the condition means. It's got very vague language, but I think really the main issue is it's not required by code. The whole point of the stream buffer issue was to avoid these erosion issues where we have to have 100-foot, stream side setbacks. And that was a recommendation of a professional consultant, to prevent these erosion issues. So I think that's what we're operating under. That's what we're conforming to. So, to take this to a higher level without any public engagement is what we take issue with.
To help, if we were aware that this was an issue before today, I personally wasn't, and without Stacy being here, me and Olafu can't speak to this condition. It is a newer one. We've seen it before on other cases, but it is a newer condition that to Aaron's point, it's not something that we've been around seeing for a long time, so we can't really speak for her. We just don't know it well enough and what she's asking for.
Applicant's interpretation, it seems duplicitous, but that's why I'd like to hear from Stacy to see if it's not duplicitous, it's actually addressing something different, but it didn't have the right specificity to it.
Meeting continue to hold up our meeting when she should be present anyways. Is that something that can be worked out between now and when it goes to council?
Well, it's our preference to have the condition removed and have the preliminary plat approved today. In this type of business and the amount of money that we're poised to invest in the city, any further delay is going to be a problem for us.
Yeah, Chairman, you as the commission have authority to approve the preliminary plats. So they don't go to council unless there's some big issue. And as Aaron stated, Hunt Midwest is investing huge amounts of money, and time is always of the essence.
But I'll also say that environmental issues are important as well, and I would just like to understand why that condition was put in.
Yeah, we recognize environmental issues are important, and the city incorporates that into the code. And that was what was done with the stream buffer ordinance. We are respecting the stream buffer ordinance completely, and that will prevent erosion of the streams, which was a problem prior to 2009. So if there's some new requirement that the staff wants to require, they need to put it in the code.
While we're waiting, do either of you see any interpretation where this is trying to address something different than the way the applicant is interpreting it?
I don't know what erosion control analysis is, so I'm just not able to respond to at all.
Sure.
Everything would just be me guessing.
So I mean, in my very, very layman's read of it, it does seem as though it's unnecessary, but again, it would be awful to strike it if it meant something different that I didn't understand.
Aaron, This is a question to Aaron. Was this condition part of the sixth plat? Because that abuts this directly, and it's the same stream buffer corridor and the same stream.
No, yeah, that's a good point. It was not a condition on the sixth plat. And you're exactly right. It is, it's the exact same stream. We're just on the the west side of it. And, you know, we do come back with final plats, which staff has another shot to, you know, add additional conditions. So if, you know, staff is not available today, you know, that can always be a request for a final plat. But meanwhile, we're here, we're ready to invest a substantial amount of money in the city, and we'd like approval without any burdensome conditions, please.
What I would recommend is if the commission wants to strike it and you've expressed an interest in doing that already, that you could do that. And if there is some sort of serious environmental concern that LDD has, they can ask the council, well, no, Patricia's right, this could be approved. You guys can approve it.
And we would ask that you strike that condition. I think the staff is well aware, as you all are well aware, of Hunt Midwest's reputation. They develop good products in Kansas City, and we will always talk to staff following this hearing if there's some big issue that none of us are aware of.
Could we pause and come back after we do another case?
Well, how much longer are we going to wait?
Long enough, I'd really kind of like to move forward. And
I apologize for my absence, commissioners. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation. This is Stacy Lowe, Division Manager of Land Development. I'm sorry I had to step away from the meeting for a little while to take care of some other issues involving my staff. I'd be happy to assist you if you could let me know what questions you would like me to answer.
So I think, so we're on docket item number 8, and the concern is condition number 9, and that it's a little bit vague and goes beyond what the stream buffer ordinance requires. And so just trying to understand what that condition really means, what's necessary. Can you explain what an erosion hazard analysis really is and what's intended for?
I will do my best. This is typically a document that's requested by the Water Services Department in order to verify the stream and what future course that stream could take. When streams have bends in them, those bends tend to move over time. And sometimes those movements can be to the detriment of the infrastructure or other items located near those bends. As you can see in the development plan for this plat, there is a roadway that is proposed to cross through the stream buffer pretty close to one of those bends. So the concern was to have an erosion hazard analysis done for that area to determine that there would be no future problems with the right-of-way in that area where it crosses through the stream buffer.
The actual roadway that intersects this development?
Yes, the extension of 48th Street goes directly through the middle of this development. On the eastern edge, you will see a point where that roadway will cross over through the street.
And in that particular area, we're in the process of designing 48th Street, which is a public works project. That project's already gone through the Transportation Development Committee review. We will be submitting bridge plans to cross that creek, which will have scour analysis. So with all public improvement projects, I mean, that's part of the analysis of crossing that creek. That's the burden of the roadway improvement project, and we don't believe that it's a burden on the entire plat.
The roadway improvements are included within the boundaries of the plat. That is why the condition was included. I have not been involved in any of the coordination with the Public Works Department regarding the 48th Street improvements, so I was unaware that they had requested a scour analysis or would be obtaining any of that information as part of their process.
Well, I will, if it helps things along, Now that we've narrowed it down to this single individual issue, I will commit to providing a scour analysis as part of the bridge crossing plans when they are submitted to Public Works, and those will be public record, and anyone can review those when they're submitted.
So we would like to at least revise the condition to state that.
I think that's reasonable.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? So seeing
Yeah,
none,
I think I do.
okay.
So what's the coordination going to be with that? So is their development ahead or behind of that roadway development?
That's a good question. Definitely behind. We can't do any development until that roadway's in. So that's the first thing that's gonna have to happen. And
Okay.
we're already under design for that project.
Okay, so thank you. That takes care of it.
Okay. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and close all testimony for docket item number 8 and move into commission discussion, or I will take a motion regarding the case.
So can I ask, we didn't come up with the wording for that condition? Do we need to make some changes to the wording of how we're going to get that covered?
We're going to modify condition number 9 to state that the applicant will provide a scour analysis regarding, was that 48th Street? That's part of it.
48th Street crossing, right?
Yeah.
48th Street Bridge crossing.
Okay, typically we talk about the wording, so okay.
Did, okay.
All right, I'll go ahead and move to approve docket item number 8.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Yes. Our conditions usually have when it should be done by, and this does not have it. When do we need this done by, Stacy?
Well, it sounds like
Preferably,
go ahead, Stacy.
preferably, we need to verify it's been completed prior to the recording of the plat, which will dedicate the necessary right of way.
Okay. So this condition would then be the same condition in the final plat.
Okay.
And applicant, that timing was what you anticipated?
Yeah, that's fine. That will work for us. Thanks.
Great. All right, Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 8 with conditions, modifying condition number 9 so that it reads that the applicant will provide a scour analysis on the 48th Street Bridge crossing prior to the recording of the final plat.
Second?
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 8 and modifying condition number 9. Lisa, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender, Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell, Enders, Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 8-0 on the project. We certainly bring it, thankful that you brought it in, and good luck with moving forward.
Thank you all.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. Okay, ready for docket item number 9?
Docket 9 is case number CPC 2021-00100. A request to approve a development plan, which also serves as a preliminary plat, in lieu of a special use permit pursuant to section 88-517-09-D in districts R2.5 and B1-1 to allow for 53-unit residential development with 7 multi-house buildings on 4 acres at the northwest corner of 39th and Jackson. Olufu Agbaji is the staff planner.
Thanks, Joe. Patrick Joyce will be, if you can promote him, he'll be the presenter for this case. We moved down to, I want to say, kind of midtown, east side of town, east of, kind of between Bruce R. Watkins Drive and 435 on the east side. Specifically located at the northwest corner of Jackson, which goes north-south, and East 39th Street. This is a vacant 4-acre parcel at this location. To the north of the site is Seven Oaks Estate, and then Seven Oaks Park is to the east of the site. There are existing single-family homes just to the north, and there are no developments along the west side of the site. There are homes on model, single-family homes, and then there are existing single-family homes on the south side of East 38th Street. This is the parcel, about 4 acres. It's a combination of 4 parcels. And then, but what we have here is that although this parcel is about 4 streets, only Jackson and East 39th Street is improved. And we have a dual zoning. So the bottom part along 39th Street is zone B1-1, and the northern portion is zone R2.5. Area hashed in red is model. I know it's Norton Avenue. And as you can see, between 37th Street and 39th Street, Norton Avenue is not improved. So this is a paper street. Same with East 38th Street, going east-west from Jackson to as far back as model, that's not improved. So today's project runs into the challenge of having to improve 38th Street and also Norton. And the reason this is important is that we've always had conditions that the developer improve both 38th Street and Norton. As part of this request, the developer has asked that the city, as part of this preliminary plat, vacate Norton Avenue, which is highlighted in blue at this location. Again, 39th Street is at the bottom. Jackson is to the east of the development. And then 38th Street, the developer has agreed to improve to public standard along its frontage. The developer is yet to apply for that vacation, which we will discuss at the end of my presentation. But this overall plan before you today is 4 acres, zone R2.5B1, currently on 4 parcels. And the request is approval of a development plan, which also serves as a preliminary plat. This development plan is being presented in lieu of a special use permit, which is okay by 88517. And the reason is that they are proposing actually 7 buildings, with 4 of them along Jackson, and then the 2 internal to the site with the parking lot kind of in the middle of the site. And with that building type in R2.5 district, that building type requires, which is a multi-unit house, requires a special use permit. But this development plan, which also serves as a preliminary plat, can move forward and be approved by City Council. Again, the developers agreed to improve 38th Street, and then they're also proposing the vacation of model. We also have a stream buffer plan submitted as part of this, which will be reviewed and approved accordingly. This is a submittal of what their landscaping plan will look like, and with the street trees along both 38th Street and Jackson. Again, most of the improvement, as you can see, the houses will be on the side. There is a retaining wall that kind of bisects the site where my arrow is. And the reason is that there's an extensive grade change from the north to the south. This is the one. These are the elevation provided by the developer, and this is going to be, I think, lap siding, cement lap siding with field stone along the sides of the building, and we have horizontal and vertical lap siding with dimensional shingles, and then also with a metal seam roof also. Again, staff's recommendation is for approval subject to the 42 conditions, but I bring these 2 conditions to your attention, conditions number 16 and 17. Number 16 reads that this development plan not proceed to City Council without the accompanying request for street vacation. That needs to occur, otherwise the recommendation or the condition that the streets are not be improved will stay. Number 17 states that the developer filed for the vacation of Norton. sorry, file for the vacation of Norton Avenue from East 38th Street to East 39th Street prior to ordinance request. So I need that application in hand, and we also need the vacation to proceed, and that vacation action will then make the need for improvement of Norton to fall off. That ends my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff?
I do. I want to confirm Norton, you said is unimproved. There's no houses on the west side of Norton?
That is correct. And I can share this again so you can see.
Okay, thank you.
Trying to decide if I should just wait to talk.
Okay, here,
About the-
here again, here's Jackson. Here's 39th Street. What I've highlighted in red is the portion of Norton that they would like to vacate. And as you can see, there are no houses on Norton. The houses on the south side within the B1-1 zoning have frontage on East 39th Street. So there's-
the wooded area to the left of that red line, how is that property owner affected? Who is that?
I think the developer has acquired that property, and I'll let him confirm that, and which is the reason why he's asking for the vacation, because they own this portion now. So,
Okay,
but
let's
he will
confirm.
confirm that for us. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baker, you.
I'll wait. I think I have comments about the vacation portion, so I'll wait till the applicant talks.
I have a question about the improvements to I think it's 38th Street. They agreed to improve 38th Street, but that isn't going to carry all the way over, right? It's still going to be a dead end because there's going to be a blank space between, I think, where they are and all the way over to Myrtle. Is that correct, Olufu, or is it going to connect all the way over?
It's just they will improve everything within in front of their property, so it will not carry over to the next.
Okay.
Commissioner Sadowski, they will need to add a cul-de-sac at some to terminate that road. It will not be allowed to stay as it is, but a lot of that is pendant on the vacation of Norton Avenue. I will tell you at this point, I don't believe that the land development staff supports it. I also do not believe that Public Works supports that vacation.
Okay.
Olufu, can you remind me the benefit of vacationing, and like, can you have the developer still improve the street and not vacation it?
Commissioner Enders, no, you would have to maintain the city right of way in order to make them improve it. Otherwise, it would be a private road, which would need to be inside of some type of private access easement to ensure people on either side of that street can access it. That's part of the reason we don't support the vacation at this time, is that western property. We don't know what is intended to be there, either short-term or long-term. And to remove all of that frontage does not seem to be in the best interest of the property at this time.
So I'll just jump in here real quick. I think the challenge here is that this, and the developer will probably speak to this, but these are going to be affordable units, and the cost of doing that street improvement is detrimental to the project. And so it's, I don't know, personally, I'd like to see the city actually improve it, given the need for development in this part of town. But that's my first comment. I'll wait. I'll shut up.
Well, and no, on that note though, I'm curious to know if that financing decision, like what, it seems like a financing decision to say we should vacate these roads and let the developer take care of it. And I'd be curious to know what we follow for those financing decisions.
I'm not sure I understand, Commissioner Enders. It's a requirement of the city's development code that when roads do not exist in right of way along the frontage for a property to be developed, that the owner needs to do that to provide proper access for all city services to access those properties. So from the city's perspective, there's not a lot of financial implications we understand that this does have implications on the development. We made sure they were aware that these would be requirements when we first met with this development team for a pre-application meeting several months before they ever appeared before the planning commission.
Okay, yeah, then I guess if it's not a financing decision, then it goes back to the original question of why vacate it, and I'll, I guess, if there's not a different answer for it, then we can move on to the applicant's presentation.
Okay, I just want to confirm, or any more questions from the commission to the city staff?
I just wanted to clarify, so on the south end of the site, they don't show any development because that's part of this approval. Does that also mean that we are approving that is left undeveloped, or can they come back later and do like a major amendment to that area? I realize that the grade change is pretty significant, but just wanted to clarify that what the repercussions of that is.
In my initial review, I did ask for what they wanted to do with that. And because this is a development plan, and the development plan can be approved on both zoning, but they intend, and I'll let the applicant talk more about that, they intend to leave that open, but if anything is to occur, they need to do a major amendment to the plan. So, but for now, they want to leave it as private open space.
Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. So I see we've got a couple online and we've got a couple here in person. Who's the?
I'll go ahead and start us off.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you to the commission. My name is Patrick Joyce. I'm with Anderson Engineering. To my right here is Heather Bradley Geary. She's with the Vecino Group. Also online with us today is Tanya Skillman with the Vecino Group, and Matt McLaughlin, who's our project architect. I'll kind of cover most of the questions that came up, but when I want to turn it over to Heather here to kind of explain the project at a high level and who Vecino is and what this project can do for Kansas City.
I don't know if that's pulled up on screen or the.
Oh yes, Olafu, if we were online, I could share our PowerPoint presentation, but I sent that in.
I can go ahead and share it. So
okay, yeah, if you could launch that would be great. Otherwise, I've got it here. I just not sure how to operate this.
It will be up in 1 minute, and just tell me when to advance it.
So as Patrick said, I'm Heather Bradley Geary. I'm Director of Supportive Housing at Vecino Group. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. I'm presenting here today just the project. So Bodie, Kansas City. Great, thank you. So Vecino Group, we've presented before you before, but we are a development group. We develop nationally. I live here in Kansas City. This is my home, but we have offices throughout the country. For specific to this community, Bodie is a partnership between Save Inc., which is a local nonprofit, and the Vecino Group. We also have another community, All Haven, that we did the same thing on that just opened actually at 31st and Troost. So Bodie itself will be 53 units of supportive housing. 15 of those will be set aside for supportive housing. So those units really are focused on folks that are homeless in our community with a mental illness. Save Inc. will be on site providing all of those services for those folks in those supportive units. And just a little bit about supportive housing, if you might not be familiar. Supportive housing is just affordable housing. It's housing just like you and I live in, multifamily communities. We just provide all of the services on site to keep folks housed in those units. So Save Inc. is on site. They're on call 24/7, really to keep people stably housed in those units. A little bit just about our portfolio so you can see what we do in supportive housing. We have 23 supportive housing communities in 9 states. All Haven, there's actually a picture of it up here, is one of our communities in Kansas City, Missouri. also partnership with Save Inc. But we end homelessness for about 700 families every year through our supportive housing portfolio. As I mentioned, Save Inc., for those of you who aren't familiar with Save Inc., they are a local nonprofit. They've been around since 1985 in Kansas City, Missouri. Their campus is located at basically 31st and Harrison, 31st and Truce. It goes about 2 blocks. They are one of the largest housing voucher processors in the state of Missouri. So they serve about 900 families every year in housing. They have a very established track record of all of the services they provide. And again, this is their second partnership with us. So they're 51% of the general partnership. We do that quite often in our communities because at Vecino, we believe in doing good. We believe in the gut check. We have to give back. We have to do good. And so this allows Save Inc. to have part of the developer fee. They have an asset now. So that's just a little bit about the partnership. Some of the services that'll be on site, as I mentioned, they'll be on site full time. They will keep folks stabilized. They will provide case management, voc rehab, employment, financial literacy, and then just really independent living skills. Tanya Skillman had her hand raised, and I believe I'm going to flip it to her. She's our Director of Development, unless you want me to just keep going, Tanya.
No, I'm happy to jump in. This is Tanya Skillman. I'm replacing Scott Stanley as the project manager for Bodie KC, and our next couple of slides just demonstrate that Vecino and Save Inc. have partnered to develop a project, apartment complex that's competitive with market rate, even though it is affordable housing. So, pardon me. It'll be 6 8-unit buildings and 1 5-unit building with community spaces that are accessible to all residents. It includes a diverse mix of units that can accommodate a variety of households, 13 studios, 25 1-bedrooms, and 15 2-bedrooms. You see some of our amenities include things that are competitive in the market, dishwashers and microwaves and blinds. We also have, as mentioned before, a community room and private space available for social services. Next slide, please. And so these are the rents that we're targeting. They are our set aside is for 30% and 60% in AMI. Our rents start at $369 for the studio and go as high as $690 on the affordable side. And then we have market rate units as well, 6 of those that will start at $630, and the 2-bedrooms go as high as $820. Now, tip it back over to Patrick.
Thanks, Tanya. I'll just add one bit of information. We did hold our neighborhood meeting a week or so ago. We did have a very good turnout. The public received this project quite well. Was my takeaway. If there's anybody from that in the audience that was there, can attest to that. But anyway, so let me continue on with some more of the specifics on the project. I think I said before, I am the civil engineer for the project, and I guess I would just state with this site, it's a very difficult site. Not only do we have the roads which were being required, which Ms. Lowe stated before that yes, they did tell us about that early on, and that's why it's taken us so long to get here, is because we've been trying to figure out our options to move this project forward. We did purchase the ground across on the west side of Norton, of unimproved Norton. So to answer that question, we do have that ground. I will state, just kind of to elaborate a little bit more on the difficulties of this site, I think it was mentioned before, the terrain. There's almost 50 feet of elevation difference across from east to west, up to, I should say, 50 feet of elevation difference. This site right now is more or less, you can see, it's kind of been used as a trash dump to some degree. People have been, dumping things on the site. There's piles, various debris all across the site. Also, it's become evident to us by doing some geotechnical analysis that this site was filled sometime in the past, probably to make it a little bit more marketable. But that fill that was placed there, obviously full of rubble and different things that you really don't want to build on. So again, another added cost to the project that we found a way around to make it work. That, of course, is going to complicate any construction of Norton Avenue because, one, we have the terrain issue there, and we also have the fill that's beneath it to deal with. We, of course, as we come in here on this project site, we are looking at, building these expensive retaining walls. We're going to clean up the site. We're going to remove the rubble and such that exists on the surface. And then likely we're going to either have to remove all of this bad soil and recompact, or do deep foundations, which of course, again, is going to add considerable cost to the project. I suspect, I don't know for certain, but that's most likely why this project hasn't developed in the last 100 years, while it's just sat there. So we've got a project here that works. We did buy the other side of Norton Avenue. We are going to seek the vacation. As a matter of fact, that vacation was submitted this morning. The application was completed on Compass KC. So that has been done at this point. I know there's a whole bunch of communication that needs to occur with Public Works, things like that, but we will do that in the coming days. I won't go back into the other things that Olafu kind of covered. I think he did a good job of describing, what all we've agreed to construct here, including 38th Street, as well as our improvements there to Jackson Avenue. Let's see, there was one more question on what was being proposed in the southeast corner. And again, just so everybody is oriented correctly, north is to the right on this plan, but we do not propose anything up there at this time. We do intend to plat our open space in the vicinity of the retaining wall and that open area up there. So that'll be done as a separate application. So with that, I do have one. I guess Olafu had made mention that the vacation was tied to this application, to this development application. I did have one clarification on stipulation number 24. Stipulation number 24 does make mention that we are to build Norton Avenue, and the way it was written was pretty much irregardless of whether or not we vacate. I would just ask that we get a little clarification on that, and also make sure that it's noted that if we do get the vacation, we will not be building Norton Avenue, obviously. So with that, we'll stand for questions.
A commission to the applicant regarding the project. Anything else you wanted to provide? Just curious. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So I had a question on the Norton Avenue. Is the building of Norton Avenue a issue with the grounds or the cost or all of the above?
Well, it is all of the above to a degree. So Norton Avenue is obviously to be built into the side of a cliff. Again, we have 50 foot of relief across the site. We will, of course, we build the road, we're going to have to flatten that to some degree, and then it kind of makes both properties a little less usable, because then we have to grade out in between there, if that makes sense. So when you're doing that in the side of a cliff, I'm not going to say it's impossible, because with enough money you can do anything, but it's definitely a hindrance to the project. We also have the fill issue across the site, which we don't want to build roads where we're going to get a considerable amount of settlement that might occur, which can occur when you have these fill situations that are just placed there. So I hope
that really is a cliff. I'm looking at it right now. Okay.
To clarify, the west side of where Norton would be this property that you also purchased that's not part of this approval process. Can you elaborate? Is that also just, not a developable site? You're not planning on doing anything at that location?
We have no plans to do anything with that at this time. I couldn't say whether it was developable, because again, I go back to with enough money, you can do anything. It just, obviously, again, just back to my earlier testimony was, there's a reason houses popped up everywhere else but on this cliff. It's my opinion.
So here's my quandary. Typically, we have plans come before us where they give us phases of what they want to do. I feel like we're looking at a project that will be incomplete because you don't know what it is that's ahead of you to complete it. You haven't even given us any type of ideas of what you might put on this additional acreage. Can you address any of that?
This is Tanya Skillman. So I'll take a stab at that. Given that we are an affordable developer, that's primarily what we do, and this project is financed through low-income housing tax credits. It feels like if, right now the plan is to make it green space, but if it's cost prohibitive, we can't move forward under the program. It wouldn't be something that we could, whether it be a phase 2, which typically we would look at, but given the topography there, we wouldn't be able to develop that within the program. It would just be cost prohibitive.
So I believe at one point in time that southeast corner had commercial buildings on it. So are you looking at anything of that nature as well? Or are you strictly looking housing?
We're strictly housing.
Permission to the applicant?
I just had a technical question about the elevations. If you wanted to talk about the material, I think I saw some fiber cement siding or some other things. Maybe the architect wants to talk to those.
Yeah, I could touch on that briefly. It is fiber cement siding for a majority of the exterior of the buildings. And we've also got some stone on the outside of the building as well, but a majority of it's fiber cement, yes.
I do have one additional question. You had said that you talked with the neighborhood. Which neighborhood is this actually in? Is Palestine or Seven Oaks?
I believe it's Seven Oaks, is that right? Yes.
It is Seven Oaks, but we sent out notices to both Oak Park Neighborhood Association, Palestine Neighborhood Development Corporation, and Seven Oaks Estate LP. So we sent it to all three.
I think Vineyard is in there too. Well, in Vineyard right there at 39th as well.
I didn't catch Vineyard. So this was what the neighborhood that our buffer, 300 feet buffer caught, and we sent those out.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the commission to the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody from the public that would like to talk about docket item number 9, looks like you need to raise your hand because our gallery is empty right now.
There are a couple people that raised their hand.
Okay.
I'm not seeing them. And I know one of them was Matt who just spoke, so I'm not seeing the second one.
Okay.
That I promoted, so they may have left the meeting.
All right, so we'll go ahead and close all public testimony then. I want to come back to an item I think I heard Stacy Lowe talked about a cul-de-sac somewhere. Can you, if you're still available, Stacy, can you talk about that or turnaround of sorts?
Of course, Mr. Chair, I would be requesting that a cul-de-sac would be constructed at the western end of what I believe is 38th Street in order to facilitate a turnaround for both the fire trucks as well as the city's trash trucks and snowplows who will have to maintain that roadway. That was not included as part of the revised plan that we were given to review.
Stacy, there's a note that the distance between the entry to the parking to that dead end is less than 150 feet, which according to 2021 IFC, that's allowed. Maybe they can speak to that, but it looks like that was considered.
I'm not, sorry, Commissioner Sadowski, I'm not sure that would meet the requirements of the APWA 5200 design requirements. That's what I need to check it against, and I have not done so. And that would also be part of the determination. It has to meet both the IFC and the APWA requirements.
Okay, understood.
Stacy, there's a condition number 15 by Jeff Bryan that says the radius of 38 will need to be revised. It's a kind of increase, so it wasn't super clear on that. But he did say that the radius needs to be increased.
Okay.
And just as we're still on that, he talked about condition number 24 and wanting to have that revised, but we need to finalize the right-of-way vacation prior to any of those. So it's up to you how you want to do that. Handle number 24, Stacy.
Are we back at committee or commission?
I'm sorry?
Are we back at the commission yet? Or okay.
No, we're still trying to just understand a couple of things here with the turnaround on 38th Street and vacation. So there needs to be a vacation sent in for Norton Avenue, correct? From 39th to 38th. Is there thought to vacate 38th Street as well? And that way that piece be a private entrance into the parking lot? Or is that something that'll work? I don't know.
That would be my preference, Chair Crow, is just to avoid that issue of a turnaround and just create an entry to the parking.
So my thoughts on the vacation are, I would actually like to see the 38th be created because I think it should connect. And if there's going to be any development on the other parcel, which I don't think you would buy the other parcel just to, unless it's green space. But then I guess my thought on Norton is, while this is not standard, I would actually prefer it to stay a paper street, and there'd be some sort of hopefully investment, right, by the city to help out with that. I mean, that's not what we normally do, but I think we consider a lot of different exceptions for people with more money than this, and so I think that would be my suggestion. I know it's not what we normally do, but I like the 38th Street actually.
So I agree. If there's a way to keep it as a paper street to not prohibit growth later on, I think that is always welcome. And it also doesn't impede on the development team because they don't have to make improvements.
So
but I probably would say let's avoid the turnarounds. I don't see a function for that. There's not really a functional reason there. And it could always be added later on if they feel the street needs to be continued. It's not a very long stretch between there and the adjacent property, which they own anyway. So it could be a condition of a future development plan for the western property if so deemed a reasonable pursuit.
Well, what's the downside of a paper street there? Since it's not going to be built upon and since it doesn't seem necessary The vacation doesn't seem essential. Muted, Olafu.
Yep, sorry about that. As long as that paper street exists and they want to proceed with this development plan and preliminary plat, they will be required to make those improvements. And
The Norton Street.
based on what you see on your screen right now, in terms of the grades and the topo, it's really
Very clear, the code requires it unless it's waived. So staff has to recommend what the code says, but the planning commission and the city council can modify the requirements. You can, and by modification, I mean you can require something less than the typical standard. Something be built, but not the full standards. Or you can totally waive it, the council can, and you can make a recommendation to the council on that.
I mean, that seems to be the most appropriate fit for the project, even though it's atypical, as Commissioner Baker had pointed out.
What is the downside to vacate the street though, as the developer would like to vacate, right?
I think it's just that in the future, should the plans in the western property that they purchased not pan out or development happen north of 38th Street, then you would, like, if there was another affordable housing unit that was developed to the west of the paper Norton Ave or west and north of 38th Street, you'd want extra access roads there to make that viable.
So that's one thing I'm worried about. And then the second thing is we spent a long time on connections in some cases. I'm worried about the 38th Street connection just in general. So yeah, I don't want to basically, for whatever reason, leave that parcel potentially landlocked, right? Via vacation and 38th Street not being potentially completed.
So, Mr. Chair, if I can share my screen and show you, I think to help resolve the questions at hand. What I'm showing here, this is the development site down here. And the developer owns both of these properties on either side of Norton, and the land bank owns this one up here. And then there's some private property owners, Eskridge, Shook, on this side of Norton. And the zoning ordinance says when we vacate a street that we can't vacate partial rights of way. So if we're vacating for this development, we'd need to terminate the vacation at 38th and go all the way down the full length of the block to 39th Street. If we vacated 38th Street, we need to do the same along this block. And that would be my recommendation of where we would stop. And the reason is because what you would end up having is property owners here where we've taken away their legal, I mean, they may not have good physical access, but they have a legal right to use the right of way to get to their property. And we would be taking away that option for these property owners. One thing we'd have to be thoughtful about though, is that this section of 38th Street, where that would connect. So I guess my point is that this is more of a regional issue that goes beyond the scope of this project, the issue of vacating it. And I think if you think this is a good land use for this property, then you zeroing in on that as your recommendation. And then the issues related to the vacation and whether or not that gets granted would have to be resolved later when that vacation application proceeds. And if for whatever reason the vacation's not approved, then the applicant would either have to build streets or the council, we'd have to bring this plan back before this commission and the council to modify conditions unless you choose to modify the public improvement conditions now.
That would be my preference, to modify it now, so that way it's not on the developer to do it, but then also we're not handicapping what could happen in the future.
So you could have conditions that say that the right of way for 38th Street is vacated, or if the vacation is unsuccessful, and improvements are otherwise required, that they are waived or modified as follows. You could do something like that if that's what
Well, I think we even want to take it, or maybe I'm speaking on behalf of Commissioner Baker here. I think that at least what I understand he would like and what I would like is also for it to not even, for it to remain a paper street should development to the north happen, that the city could come and develop it in the future.
I think we mean development to the south.
I think north.
Southwest, right?
Yeah, the north already has people that own it. North of the site, it's already individuals that own that property, so it would be south of 38th Street.
If that's the case, Commissioner Enders, I would just respectfully suggest that you need to think about how those property owners would get access to their property, even though the right of way is there. If we waive the requirement for this developer to build the improvement, then how does someone get to that property if they've not been required to do it for their frontage along their project? And that developer then would be obligated to pay for the stuff along their frontage and the stuff along this property owner's frontage. So that's something to take into consideration. You could be compounding the difficulty of developing the property in this area by waiving it. In this case.
So I guess I'm back to the staff recommendation, right? I think that the vacation, as long as there's access to that southwest property or the west property that they aren't developing via potential 38th Street connection, which I think should be public. I think the vacation of Norton to that northern point seems appropriate, especially given the grade change. I was just trying to maintain some sort of potential to create that north-south connection, but it seems like the best option is to keep 38th Street a public improvement, but then do the vacation application. So all roundabout, here we are to staff, or to the recommendation of the staff report, at least for me.
Makes the most sense.
I would agree with that, and it allows the developer to do what they want, and I think it's a great project overall, so.
Still sharing.
Okay, so I think the last thing is the clarity on the turnaround, what that looks like. Whether that's, I think that's a requirement of APWA. It may or may not be of the fire department. So you got two conflicting items there. Right. For that turnaround?
There was, and I think we just, I wasn't clear if Stacy thought that it was sufficient. I think it was 12 perhaps, or maybe it was 15.
15 was what I had from Public Works.
Okay, and so determining if we feel 15 is sufficient. Condition 15.
Commissioner Enders, this is Stacy. I have looked at correction number 15, and that would be sufficient to meet the needs I have.
So then we need to amend 24.
Mr. Chairman, I want Joe to chime in on this. They submitted the application for the right-of-way vacation today. And even if the cutoff for submission for the December 21st CPC was yesterday, so even if we try to get them before CPC, they will not be before you till December 21st. We have been talking about right away, but that's not what's before you today. That will come before this body on December 21st, where you make a ruling on that right away and make a recommendation to City Council. So whatever decision you make today is going to stay on hold till we deal with that right-of-way vacation, and then that will then move forward. Unless you feel you want to make a recommendation to City Council prior to that vacation being acted upon.
Just the whole issue even more. So what do we,
I think you should, the reason why you have to think about both at the same time is because the vacation has criteria in it that say that the council and the city planning commission essentially cannot vacate property if it has no useful public purpose. And we don't often know that unless we know about the development project and it's been approved. So they only need to be tied together to the extent of our ability to answer that question. I think we'll be able to answer that question when the vacation comes forward in December. So I really think it's to the commission's benefit to think of just about this development and its use, land use, and whether it's appropriate redevelopment of the property, and adjust the conditions. It sounds like what you guys want is to give the developer the flexibility of knowing what public improvements they'll have to make if the roads aren't vacated, or have them vacated, one or the other. So you may need to tweak the conditions to accomplish that. But that would be my suggestion, is to zero in on the actual case before you today, not the vacation.
So we just need a if at the beginning of 24, condition 24.
"38th and 39th Street shall be vacated, or if not vacated, shall be constructed," blah, blah, blah.
So you could add language at the beginning of condition 24 that states, if the city council does not approve the vacation, and then leave the rest of it as is.
So that's fine too.
And what's going on here, and just want to make sure the applicant's not as confused as I am at this point.
We understand.
Okay.
We understand what's going on.
Olafu, you understand? You good?
I got it, Mr. Chair.
Anything else from the commission on this particular docket item?
And I don't hear any issues with the land use and what we're planning on doing here. So I'd say let's move forward unless anybody has any other comments. We can make a motion.
Go ahead.
Motion to approve docket item number 9, revising condition 24 to state, if city council doesn't approve vacation of, sorry, I lost my place here, of the Norton Avenue between 38th and 39th Street, it shall be constructed as stated.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 9 and modifying condition number 24 as stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender? Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
No.
Crowell?
Aye.
Enders? Hill?
Aye.
Rojas?
Aye.
And Sadowski.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes. Thank you for bearing with all of us through this process. I think it's a good project and looking forward to seeing it come to life. So thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for waiting this long to get to us as well. Okay, so I think we're on the last docket item for the day, number 10.
All right, docket item 10, case number CPC 2021-00109. A request to approve a development plan, which also serves as a preliminary plat in districts M2-2 and M3-5 to allow for 2.5 million square feet of office, commercial, and warehouse development on 12 lots on about 256 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of Missouri Route 150 and Botts Road. Olafu Egbaji is our staff planner.
Thanks, Lisa. I could hear from, thanks, Joe. If you can promote Chris Hafner, please. Mr. Chairman, this next case is located way down in the southern part where my arrow is pointing, kind of off 150 highway. Again, this is the site. We were just talking about IDECA, which is located at this location. Again, it's located at the northeast corner of Butts and 150 Highway, 49 or 71 Highway, I-49 is farther east within the city of Grandview. This is the city limit. To the north is the city of Grandview. And then all of the other cases there, gotcha covered is just to the west of the site. Directly west is the NNSA site. And then to the south is existing logistic within Center Point. And directly south, we approved the I-49 Industrial Center. I think this was passed by City Council August of this year, and that's currently under construction. So not construction, but under review and permitting. Again, it's about 256 acres, and the zoning is industrial, M1 and M3. Again, this is the northern portion, does I-49 Industrial Center North, and the request is for approval of a development plan, which also acts as a preliminary plat to allow for 12 industrial lots and 2 tracks. Overall development is for 2.5 million square feet of office, commercial, and warehouse. Plan calls for about 1,857 parking spaces, of which 747 is trailer spaces. There is extensive stream buffer on the site, and there is also an Army Corps application and review that's currently going on that the applicant will substantiate on us. They've submitted a TIS, which has been reviewed and been preliminarily approved, subject to conditions. And I will go back and explain further. So as part of this request, again, highlighted in blue, the bottom where my arrow is the existing IDECA asphalt plant, which has been acted on earlier to be relocated down to the south. And the reason is to allow for this development to occur. As you can see, the blue lines here shows the existing stream buffer within the regulated stream within this parcel. And again, the applicant has applied to the Army Corps to eliminate this finger or this, what I'll call this tributary, based on review and approval by Army Corps. And if we go back to the original plan, you can see that when the NNSA site was approved back in, I want to say between 2011 and 2012, they built over those existing regulated stream, and that was prior to our stream buffer regulations. So today's action by the applicant is to rework this stream and then go ahead and do what this proposal is. Of this 12 pad sites, this is the largest, which is about just over 1 million square feet of warehouse and industrial facility. One of the major concerns that I have, which I had on the same property to the south, was the location of this trailer parking pad right at the corner of Colorado and Missouri 150, and also how they are going to achieve screening where just this area along Highway 150. So we have conditions within the plan that's supposed to make sure that they do try to address how they cover that. Staff's recommendation was to either make a building here or create additional features that kind of serves as a gateway, but the applicant has agreed to do extensive landscaping and berming to address our concern. Again, these are the buildings, and they are various sizes, of which this is the largest. And again, the goal is to regulate or redirect the stream buffer just to cross within the northern side and the southern part of the site. This again is the same building materials as the same as the building or the site to the south, and it's steel top concrete panels, just like every other logistic building we have through the city. With that, staff's recommendation is for approval subject to the 46 conditions. And also, as the previous case, they have submitted a stream buffer waiver as part of relocation of the stream, the finger of the stream, or elimination of that stream. That is currently under review by LDD, who will also make a recommendation to City Council in terms of that. And my condition on this is that this now move forward without the accompanying stream buffer regulation, and the applicant is aware of that. So with that, again, staff's recommendation is for approval subject to the 46 condition, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the commission to city staff regarding docket item number 10?
Olafu, just with the remove or recreation of the stream, or how we're going to shift it, is there any issue with regards to if that floods, then the developer gives the city indemnification from that?
I will leave that to, I think, Stacy Lowe. Amy Bunnell had specific conditions to that. So.
Commissioner Allender, as part of the stream buffer waiver approval by City Council, most projects are being required to execute an indemnification agreement with the city to protect from that fact specifically due to the stream buffer waiver. At this point, staff is still in the process of that waiver and not ready to make a statement on our position of its approval or denial.
Okay, great.
Any other questions from the commission? All right, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant to talk about this project. So welcome. It's been a long morning. Thanks for your patience.
It's been fun. It's been fun. I appreciate the time. Good morning, Chris Hafner. I'm sorry, good afternoon. Chris Hafner with Davidson Architecture and Engineering. Address is 4301 Indian Creek Parkway, Overland Park, Kansas, 66207. Olafu, thank you for the consideration, time, and report that you put together on this project. Stacy, thank you for your continued help in navigating the development plan process here with the project. Again, as Olafu mentioned, here before you with a really, fantastic development that we're excited to bring to the city, really a continuation of what we've been working on the south side of 150 with I-49 Industrial Center. Really a continuation, 250-ish acres of ground, abutting Grandview to our north, as Olafu mentioned, along Potts Road. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can just kind of look at an overall picture of the development. And if everybody has that, I'm going to go ahead and just show you kind of the I-49 master plan. Does everybody have that screen available?
Yeah.
Perfect. So again, 150 Botts Road. We are currently under construction on building 6, which is a 366,000 square foot building. Been fantastic leasing activity, a lot of work happening there. That building is getting ready to go vertical. We've got the building pad set, the foundation slab set, getting ready to go forward. As Olafu mentioned, we also came in for a development plan on buildings 7 and 8 that you see here, just to the east of building 6. We've actually got a land disturbance permit on that project, on the overall project, and we are getting ready to submit for building 7, which is about a 920,000 square foot building that we work closely with Olafu and staff, and of course, coming through the approval process for this particular project. So really, this is a continuation of that to the north here, which is, as Olafu mentioned, a series of industrial kind of buildings that follow and work within the existing zoning of the site. So we work very closly with our client on the use, on what was happening, access points that you can see obviously aligned with NSSA to our west with access points. We had our traffic engineer work very closely with Jeff Bryan and the traffic team at KCMO related to those access points, as well as Vernon Coke with MoDOT and our reuse of Colorado Avenue, which is here on our southeast end, to gain access to the site, which really has a public roadway that would run through that site for this portion of it. We have a section of public roadway up here too, to make sure all of our buildings access some portion of public right of way, not to get into some of the situations that we've had in the past with landlocked sites as we develop this thing forward. So moving forward to some of Olafu's points, I'm going to go ahead and point out here A1.7 that we recently submitted. We got some comments back for berming along that southeast portion where the trailer storage was located to continue that work. Our civil staff is working on that. I think we resubmitted that based on it, but I just wanted to point out with view A, B, and C, which kind of happen along that frontage, A being the westernmost, B in the middle, still in that trailer storage of that 1 million square foot building, and C at that east end where the trailer storage is. You can kind of get a view corridor sense of that 150 really sits up pretty high. And we've also added berms where we can, where your sight line is really going to be over the top of the trailer storage in all of those conditions and locations. You know, the big question, what we're really trying to achieve here is, if I can go back to our overall plan, what we're really trying to do in coordination with Olafu and the rest of planning staff was to get the development plan, hopefully today with your approval through CPC, to move forward and align our stream buffer waiver with the development plan at City Council. So they would have a document, not only a stream buffer waiver kind of in space, but also seeing what the development looked like. That again, hopefully with your approval today, would be kind of joined at the hip and be able to be seen at the same time at City Council. So that was the request, and we appreciate staff kind of working with us to get to this point. We do, you know, as Olafu mentioned, we do have obviously regulated streams that kind of show up and connected through the building. I would like to point out that, you know, while we are asking to not basically dismiss this stream finger, but it is basically detention runoff from the Honeywell site, as well as stream runoff from 150 and Botts Road that kind of fills this section of it. Important to note, we were proactive in this before getting the waiver. We actually went back to the Corps of Engineers and got a nationwide permit and determination on this section of the stream that it was not considered regulated from the federal government. Our client actually went forward and paid the mitigation credits for that length of stream in order to basically hold that place of mitigation credits against a bank to offset whatever we did here. Our goal is really to pick that water up and reroute it to its same location to allow, you know, the full development to happen. And I think this is a pretty good image of what that stream buffer waiver is going to ask for, which is really in this area to really reroute that stream along public right of way and have it exit at its same point here, moving downstream to the northeast. I did want to point out one of our other kind of nice exhibits here is this stream dedication. You know, again, I had 245 acres. I think Olafu maybe had a little bit more. You know, over 20% of our site is going to be in a dedication area, especially in that northeast where we will not develop, we will not do anything. And then, of course, keep this main tributary of the stream that was regulated and is considered part of the federal jurisdiction as well, to maintain that, maintain our stream buffers and work through all of that. We are working proactively on the site. We work very closely with Stacy and her staff to get a grading permit on this northwest portion of the site, which would really be considered phase 1 of our developments. In your package, buildings 5 and 6 would really be slated as kind of first run buildings to move forward in this development. Again, mainly because IDECR is still in process with their relocation approvals and moving forward with that project. I will say the market is incredibly active. We've laid out multiple users on these sites. Recently just had a 1.2 million square foot user that visited the site in the market last week and was very interested in working with Kansas City, Missouri, working in this area and specifically on this property. So all that to say, we're excited to be here. We're excited to move forward based on the conditions provided. The only one I would point out that I think the earlier Hunt Midwest project brought up was number 20 on ours on the erosion hazard analysis. If we were successful in getting our stream buffer waiver removed in this section, we don't have any bridge crossings. We're keeping the stream as it is on that north edge and don't have any crossings or anything like that. So I wasn't sure why the erosion hazard would maybe play into the same effect with this, but that's our presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions about the development or how we plan to proceed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant regarding this case? Thank you. So with that, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 10, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
No one's raising their hand, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. So with that, so going back, applicant, you had a question on, I can't remember. 20. 20?
20. Same one about the erosion hazard request, just not fully understanding that or making sure we're on the same page with scope and scale of what we agreed to with that condition. Otherwise, we have read through all the other conditions and are in agreement.
Okay. Is it possible, Stacy, to get a little clarity on that one? What's expected for this particular project?
Of course, Mr. Chairman, that erosion hazard analysis is looking at, there's multiple bends in the stream directly adjacent to the roadway that they're proposing to connect. That's also part of a mapped FEMA floodplain. So it has additional level of risk for the city. That's why we requested the erosion analysis of this area, since that area, as I mentioned earlier during the testimony with Hunt Midwest that Mr. Hafner referenced, streams are known to meander, and that increases the risk, especially when it's in a mapped floodplain. I think that also is of note. That's the part of the reason we asked this, to ensure that there's not a large risk of this stream meandering further to the south and taking out the street that will be adjacent to it, because they will also be trying to route that entire creek into the pipes under that street. I am very curious to see how that drainage design will work as well. That was not information that I was clearly aware of prior to this meeting. So those would be my concerns and why I would ask that that condition remain as shown in the case.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Mr. Hafner?
It does. It's just new. I'm sure we'll work with Stacy to figure out what sort of documentation we can provide back on that.
Okay, sounds good. All right, any other questions from the commission? Anything else on this particular docket item? All right, so I'll go ahead and close all public testimony then, and if there's no more discussion, I'll take a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I move docket item number 10 be approved with conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 10 with conditions. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Allender, Baker, Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell, Anders,
Aye.
Hill.
She stepped away.
Okay. Rojas
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, I think I counted 6-0 on that for the motion to pass, and certainly look forward to seeing this project come together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yep, you too. Bye. Okay, I think that's the end of our docket items. Is there anything anybody would like to talk through before we adjourn our meeting?
Just like to say good job to the IT team to do their first hybrid.
Yeah.
I'd be curious for anyone's input on the, I printed it off, it's city council a few weeks ago passed, it said directing the city manager to review the city planning and department's existing development review, approval and permitting process, to make recommendations to improve the efficiency, timeliness, and consistency of those processes, and to report back to city council within 120 days. I know in the private sector world, you know, that I know the reasons that it's come about, and I'd be curious to know what city staff thinks will make that 100-day or 120-day period productive. So that way, what I would hate to happen is the 120 days expires and city manager's office issues some sort of report and it doesn't progress anything, and city staff feels like it wasn't productive and developers feel like it wasn't productive. And so I'd just be curious if you all have any thoughts on what makes that successful.
Were you saying something, Forsty?
No. I hadn't seen that, so thanks for bringing that to our attention, but I don't think staff's going to say anything right now. Tyler.
I don't know any details about the resolution other than what it said on the agenda. The director and the deputy director have been consulted a bit more about what the scope of that is, I believe, but I was gone part of last week, so I don't know if there's been further discussions internally that I just wasn't aware of. But I do know that everywhere, this is not the only place I've worked. I've worked several other places, and everywhere I've worked, that's been the planning departments are under the microscope when it comes to efficiency. And that's a common, thing that is studied and looked at. It's been studied and looked at before here. So just in my time here, we've had an evaluation that was done several years ago, and I think it recommended 150 to 200 things to improve upon. And I believe we made all those changes, or almost all of those changes. The director would be better able to speak to that. So it's not a new thing. It's not a surprising thing. And we're always looking at changes to the way we do things to make it more efficient, with or without a mandate from council. That's always something we're trying to do.
Sure. Cool.
I would hope that this group would be consulted on those, because I think between us and the staff, we have a lot of ideas around that we don't, in the terms of the meeting, we don't have the time or resources to spend on, but would be happy to elaborate as a commission, or, I think we have a lot of good things to say about the staff, but there's also some pieces that we could probably suggest along the way around making the meetings more efficient.
Yeah, and it seems like a very large umbrella that was, the language is pretty vague, so I don't know what the full breadth of it will be. Stacy, do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm sort of in the same boat as Joe. I know our director has said that he welcomes it and that he is looking forward to working with the city manager to kind of really lay out the numbers of the volume of work that we as a department are handling at this time. And I think that may speak a lot through it. But at this point, I think we're just waiting for further direction. And as Joe said, there was a previous study done, I believe, in either 2015 or 2016. If you would like a copy of that, we could probably help obtain that for you. Just wanted to see where that one landed. But really, I'd recommend maybe if you want some more information, we could try to talk to Director Williams, see if he could come and speak to you guys during one of your sessions, especially once that process gets closer to a point where it's wrapped up, if you'd be interested.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. As one who always loves to share my opinion, I reached out to the city manager's office, have not heard back yet, but I just, expressed interest in what that process was going to be, because I think there's a lot of potential upside to that happening. But then again, if it's not done in a way that people feel it was holistically considered, then it's just not going to be very productive for anyone.
It'd be interesting to understand what the development community thinks are the inefficiencies too, because I think when we first were learning about the commission, I think Joe said we were pretty efficient in Kansas City on how we went about development. So I'd be just curious from what the development community thinks are the inefficiencies.
Yeah, if anyone has any interesting conversations, I'd love to hear them. I started talking to a lot of people just out of curiosity on this topic, and a lot of the things that I hear developers say, and I'm going to have some more substantive conversations, but they've been kind of flippant and like, oh yeah, I have a $100 million project, but I won't do it because it's Kansas City, Missouri, stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, I don't think that's actually the way that you would evaluate a decision. And so I'm curious, as you said, to actually understand if there are specifics that a lot of people would agree to, or this is the one weird thing that Kansas City, Missouri does that other jurisdictions don't, or if it is really things outside of that type of control.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Commissioner Enders, because sometimes I hear that you guys are just too difficult. Well, I can't fix it if you're not specific about what is difficult. I need to know that. And I think another big thing that hopefully will come of this is, and the director did share this with us, is that the development process is much larger in scope than just our department.
Yep.
Every city department and even multiple external agencies have a hand and a role to play in that. And so hopefully that will become much more visible as a part of this process. And there's a broader discussion about how all that relates to the development process.
And you're getting back to, I think, policy changes. You got to get right into the policy change. So it'll be interesting to see it'd be interesting to see what policies the developers think holding up the process.
Cool.
So I would propose that we do sort of a working session, and I don't know what the right timing is. Joe, you can figure out what makes the most sense, but I would propose a working session where we just talk further about this. And if we can get the city manager to be in that conversation, all the better. Particularly getting, Jeffrey Williams and some others as well. I just think there's not a lot of cross-pollination between what we do over here versus what's happening in some of the other offices. So if we can use this forum as an opportunity to do that and have conversations, I think it would be really valuable. And just some of the things that Stacy has said and others have said, there's some advocacy things that need to happen that I think we as a commission need to do on behalf of the staff in some ways, and I'd like the opportunity to do that.
I will share with Mr. Williams that you guys have a desire to be brought up to speed on whatever it is he could share, and that you've expressed an interest in having the city manager be a part of that conversation as well.
That'd be awesome.
Great. Thank you.
Don't leave out the part that we support staff now.
Yes.
Leave that out.
No, don't leave that out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Y'all take care.
An example is we just today have a customer who is
Sorry, we totally overcomplicated that street vacation. I really like where James is going with it.